His words alone can make me moan. I'm also embarrassed at how quickly his voice can undo me, to the point where I probably want my clothes to come off more than he does. "Please tell me you came prepared," I say, my voice already heavy with want. He shakes his head. "Just because I knew I would see you tonight doesn't mean I came with expectations." I'm immediately filled with disappointment. He lifts himself off the seat and slides his hand into his back pocket. "I did, however, come with a hell of a lot of hope." He pulls the condom out of his wallet with a grin, and we both immediately begin to take action. My hands connect with the button on his jeans faster than our mouths connect. He slides his hands up the back of my top and begins to unclasp my bra, but I shake my head. "Just leave it on," I say breathlessly. The less clothes we take off, the faster we'll be able to get dressed if we get caught. He continues to unfasten it despite my protest. "I don't want to be inside you unless I can feel you against me." Wow. Okay, then. When my bra is undone, he lifts my shirt over my head, and his fingers slide under the straps of my bra. He pulls them down my arms until the bra falls away. He tosses it into the back seat, and then pulls his own shirt over his head. After his shirt joins my bra in the back seat, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me against him until our bare chests meet. We both immediately inhale sharp breaths. The warmth of his body creates a sensation that I don't want to pull away from. He begins kissing his way down my neck, his breath coming in rough waves against my skin. "You have no idea what you do to me," he whispers against my throat. I smile, because that same exact thought just went through my own head. "Oh, I think I have an idea," I reply. His left hand palms one of my breasts, and he groans as his right hand dips into my pants. "Off," he says simply, tugging at the elastic band. He doesn't have to ask twice. I scoot back to my empty seat and begin removing the rest of my clothes, while I watch him unzip his jeans. His eyes are all over me as he rips open the condom wrapper with his teeth. When the only article of clothing remaining between us is his unbuttoned pair of jeans, I scoot toward him. I feel ridiculously self-conscious that I'm in my car in the parking lot of my workplace, and I'm completely naked. I've never done anything like this before. I've never really wanted to do anything like this before. I love how desperate we are for each other right now, but I also know I've never felt this kind of chemistry with anyone before. I place my hands on his shoulders and begin to straddle him while he slides on the condom. "Keep it quiet," he says teasingly. "I'd hate to be the reason you get fired." I glance at the window, still unable to see outside. "It's raining too hard for anyone to hear us," I say. "Besides, you were the louder one last time." He dismisses that with a quick laugh and begins kissing me again. His hands grip my hips and he pulls me to him, readying himself against me. This position would normally cause me to moan, but I'm suddenly feeling stubborn with my noises now that he's mentioned it. "There's no way I was the louder one," he says with his lips still touching mine. "If anything, we tied." I shake my head. I don't believe in ending things with a tie. That's a cop-out for people who are too scared they might lose. His hands meet my hips, and he's positioned against me in such a way all I would have to do to take him inside me would be to allow it to happen. However, I'm refusing to lower myself onto him simply because I like competition, and I feel one about to begin. He lifts his hips, obviously ready to get things going between us. My legs tense, and I pull away just enough. He laughs at my resistance. "What's wrong, Tate? You scared now? Afraid once I'm inside you, we'll both see who the loud one really is?" There's a challenging gleam in his eyes. I don't verbally accept his challenge to see who can stay quieter. Instead, I keep my eyes locked with his while I slowly ease myself onto him. Both of us gasp simultaneously, but that's the only sound that passes between us. As soon as he's all the way inside me, his hands meet my back and he pulls me against him. The only sounds we make are heavy sighs and even heavier gasps. The rain slapping against the windows and the roof magnifies the silence we're experiencing inside the car. The strength it takes to hold back is coupled with a need to hold on to each other with more desperation. His arms are around my waist, gripping me so tightly it makes it hard to move. My arms are wrapped around his neck and my eyes are shut. We're barely moving now because of the tight grips we have on each other. But I like it. I like how slow and steady our rhythm remains while we both focus on how to continue suppressing the moans caught in our throats. For several minutes, we continue in the same manner, moving just enough, but at the same time not nearly enough. I think we're both too afraid to make any sudden movements or the intensity will cause one of us to lose. One of his hands glides around to my lower back, and the other hand meets the back of my head. He takes a handful of my hair and gently tugs until my throat is exposed to his mouth. I wince the second his lips meet my neck, because staying quiet is a lot more challenging than I imagined it would be, especially since he's at an advantage with the way we're positioned. His hands are free to roam anywhere they want, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Roaming, caressing, trailing down my stomach so that he can touch the one place that could make me cede victory. I feel like he's cheating somehow. As soon as his fingers find the exact spot that would normally make me scream his name, I tighten my hold against his shoulders and reposition my knees so that I have more control of my movements. I want to put him through just as much torture as he's putting me through right now. As soon as I'm repositioned and able to ease myself further onto him, the slow and steady disappears. His mouth meets mine in a frantic kiss, one with more need and more force than any kiss before it. It's as if we're attempting to kiss away our natural desire to verbalize just how good this feels. I'm suddenly hit with a sensation that ripples through my entire body, and I have to lift myself off of him and hold still before I lose. Despite my need to slow things down, he does the opposite and applies more pressure to me with his hand. I bury my face against his neck and bite down gently on his shoulder in order to stop myself from moaning his name. The second my teeth meet his skin, I hear the hitch in his breath and feel the stiffening in his legs. He almost loses. Almost. If he moves inside me even an inch more while he's touching me this way, he'll win. I don't want him to win. Then again, I kind of do want him to win, and I'm thinking he wants to win with the way he breathes against my neck, gently lowering me back down onto him. Miles, Miles, Miles. He can sense that this isn't about to end in a tie, so he adds more pressure against me with his fingers at the same time as his tongue meets my ear. Oh. Wow, I'm about to lose any second now. Oh, my word. He lifts his hips when he pulls me against him, forcing an involuntary Miles out of my mouth, along with a gasp and a moan. I lift off of him, but as soon as he realizes he just won, he exhales heavily and pulls me back onto him with more force. Finally, he says breathlessly against my neck. I didn't think I could last another second. Now that the competition is over, both of us let loose completely, until we're being so loud we have to kiss again to stifle our sounds. Our bodies are moving in sync, speeding up, crashing harder together. We continue our frantic pace for a few more minutes, escalating in intensity until I'm positive I can't take another second of him. Tate, he says against my mouth, slowing the rhythm of my hips with his hands. I want us to come together. Oh, holy hell. If he wants me to last any longer, he can't say things like that. I nod my head, unable to form a coherent response. Are you almost there? He asks. I nod again and try my best to speak this time, but nothing comes out other than another moan. Is that a yes? His lips have stopped kissing mine, and he's focused on my response now. I bring my hands to the back of his head and press my cheek to his. Yes, I somehow utter. Yes, Miles. Yes. I feel myself begin to tense at the same time as he sucks in a sharp breath. I thought we were holding each other tightly before, but that doesn't begin to compare to this moment. It feels as if all our senses have magically melded together and we're feeling the exact same sensations, making the exact same noises, experiencing the exact same intensity, and sharing the exact same response. Our rhythm gradually begins to slow, right along with the tremors in our bodies. The tight grips we have around each other begin to loosen. He buries his face into my hair and exhales heavily. "Loser," he whispers. I laugh and move to bite him playfully on his neck. "You cheated," I say. "You brought in illegal reinforcement when you started using your hands." He laughs with a shake of his head. "Hands are fair game. But if you think I cheated, maybe we should have a rematch." I raise my eyebrows. "Best 2 out of 3? He lifts me by my waist and begins to push me toward the passenger door as he struggles to get behind the steering wheel. He hands me my clothes, pulls his shirt back over his head, and buttons his jeans. Once he's situated, I adjust myself in the passenger seat and finish dressing while he cranks the car. He throws it in reverse and begins backing out. "Buckle up," he says with a wink. We barely made it out of the elevator, much less to his bed. He almost took me right there in the hallway. The sad part is, I wouldn't have minded. He won, again. I'm beginning to realize that competing for who can stay the quietest isn't really a good idea when my competitor is naturally the quietest person I've ever met. I'll get him in round 3. Just not tonight, because Corbin will more than likely be heading home soon. Miles is staring at me. He's on his stomach with his hands folded across his pillow and his head resting on his arms. I'm getting dressed because I want to beat Corbin to our apartment so I don't have to lie about where I've been. Miles follows me around his bedroom with his eyes as I dress. "I think your bra is still in the hallway," he says with a laugh. "Might want to grab it before Corbin finds it." I crinkle up my nose at the thought. "Good idea," I say. I kneel down on the bed and kiss him on the cheek, but he wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me forward as he rolls onto his back. He gives me an even better kiss than the one I was just giving him. "Can I ask you a question?" He nods, but it's a forced nod. He's nervous about my questions. "Why don't you ever make eye contact when we're having sex?" My question throws him for a loop. He regards me for several silent moments until I pull even farther away and sit next to him on the bed, waiting for his answer. He pushes himself up and leans back against his headboard, staring down at his hands. "People are vulnerable during sex," he says with a shrug. "It's easy to confuse feelings and emotions for something they aren't, especially when eye contact is involved." He lifts his eyes to mine. "Does it bother you?" I'm shaking my head, no, but my heart is crying, yes. I'll get used to it, I guess. I was just curious. I love being with him, but hate myself more and more with each new lie that passes my lips. He smiles and pulls me back to his mouth, kissing me with more finality this time. "Good night, Tate." I back away and walk out of his room, feeling his eyes on me the entire time. It's funny how he refuses to make eye contact during sex, yet can't seem to keep his eyes off me the rest of the time. I don't feel like going back to the apartment yet, so after retrieving my bra, I walk to the elevators and make my way down to the lobby to see if Cap is still around. I barely had a chance to wave at him earlier before Miles shoved me onto the elevator and ravished me. Sure enough, Cap is still planted in his chair, despite the fact that it's after 10 o'clock at night. "Do you ever sleep?" I ask as I make my way to the chair next to him. "People are more interesting at night," he says. "I like to sleep late. Avoid all the fools who are in too much of a rush in the mornings." I sigh a lot louder than I intend to when I lean my head back into the chair. Cap notices and turns to look at me. "Oh no," he says. "Trouble with the boy?" Looked like the two of you were getting along fine a couple of hours ago. Think I might have even seen a hint of a smile on his face when he walked in with you." "Things are fine," I say. I pause for a few seconds, gathering my thoughts. "Have you ever been in love, Cap?" A slow smile spreads across his face. "Oh, yes," he says. "Her name was Wanda." "How long were you married?" He looks at me and cocks an eyebrow. "I ain't never been married," he says. "I think Wanda's marriage lasted about 40 years before she passed, though." I tilt my head, trying to understand what he's saying. "You have to give me more than that." He sits up straighter in his chair, the smile still on his face. "She lived in one of the buildings I did maintenance for. She was married to a bastard of a man who was only home about 2 weeks out of the month. I fell in love with her when I was around 30 years old. She was in her mid-20s. People just didn't get divorced back then once they got married, especially women like her, who came from the type of family she came from. So, I spent the next 25 years loving her as hard as I could, for 2 weeks out of every month." I stare at him, not sure how to respond to that. It's not the typical love story people usually tell. I'm not even sure if it can be considered a love story. "I know what you're thinking," he says. "Sounds depressing. More like a tragedy." I nod, confirming his assumption. "Love isn't always pretty, Tate. Sometimes you spend all your time hoping it'll eventually be something different, something better. Then, before you know it, you're back to square one and you lost your heart somewhere along the way." I stop looking at him and face forward. I don't want him to see the frown that I can't seem to remove from my face. Is that what I'm doing? Waiting for things with Miles to become something different? Something better? I contemplate his words for way too long. So long, in fact, I hear snoring. I cut my eyes in Cap's direction, and his chin has dropped to his chest. His mouth is wide open, and he's sound asleep.
Chapter 18. Miles. 6 years earlier. I rub her back reassuringly. 2 more minutes, I tell her. She nods but keeps her face pressed into the palms of her hands. She doesn't want to look. I don't tell her we don't actually need the 2 minutes. I don't tell her the results are already there, clear as day. I don't tell Rachel she's pregnant yet, because she still has 2 minutes left of hope. I continue to rub her back. When the timer goes off, she doesn't move. She doesn't turn to look at the results. I drop my head to the side of hers until my mouth is close to her ear. "I'm so sorry, Rachel," I whisper. "I'm so sorry." She bursts into tears. My heart is crushed at the sound. This is my fault. This is all my fault. The only thing I can think to do now is figure out how to rectify it. I turn her toward me and wrap my arms around her. "I'll tell them you don't feel well and you can't go to school today. I want you to stay here until I get back." She doesn't even nod. She continues to cry, so I pick her up and carry her to the bed. I go back to the bathroom and package up the test, then hide it underneath the sink in the very back. I rush to my room and change clothes. I leave. I'm gone most of the day. I'm rectifying. When I finally pull back up our driveway, I still have almost an hour before my father and Lisa are due home. I grab everything from my front seat and rush inside to check on her. I left my phone behind in my rush this morning, so I haven't had a way to check on her at all, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't killing me. I go inside. I go to her door. I attempt to turn it, but it's locked. I knock. "Rachel?" I hear movement. Something crashes against the door and I jump back. When I realize what's happened, I step forward again and bang on the door. "Rachel!" I yell, frantic. "Open the door!" I hear her crying. "Go away!" I take 2 steps back, then lunge forward and shove my shoulder against the door as hard as I can. The door flies open and I rush inside. Rachel is curled up against the headboard, crying into her hands. I reach her. She pushes me away. I walk back to her. She slaps me, then scoots off the bed. She stands up, shoving me back, pushing her palms against my chest. "I hate you," she screams through her tears. I grab her hands and try to calm her down. It makes her angrier. "Just leave," she yells. "If you don't want anything to do with me, just leave." Her words stun me. "Rachel, stop," I plead. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Her tears come harder now. She screams at me. She says I left her. I put her in bed this morning and I left her because I couldn't handle it. I was disappointed in her. "I love you, Rachel, more than I love myself." "Baby, no," I tell her, pulling her to me. "I didn't leave you. I told you I was coming back." I hate that she didn't understand why I left today. I hate that I didn't explain it to her. I walk her back to the bed and I position her against the headboard. "Rachel," I say, touching her tear-stained cheek, "I'm not disappointed in you," I tell her. "Not in the least. I'm disappointed in myself, which is why I want to do everything I possibly can to turn this around for you, for us. That's what I've been doing today. I've been trying to find a way to make this better for us." I stand up and grab the folders, then spread them out on the bed. I show her everything. I show her the brochures for family housing I picked up from campus. I show her the forms we need to fill out for free campus childcare. I show her the financial aid brochures and the night classes and the online course review and the academic advisor list and how it will all coordinate with my flight class schedule. All the possibilities are spread out before her, and I want her to see that even though we didn't want this, even though we didn't plan for this, we can do this. I know it'll be a lot harder with the baby, Rachel, I know that, but it's not impossible. She stares down at everything I've laid out before her. I watch her in silence until her shoulders begin to shake and she covers her mouth with her hand. She meets my gaze as huge tears spill out of her eyes. She crawls forward and throws her arms around my neck. She tells me she loves me. "You love me so much, Rachel." She kisses me over and over. "We've got this, Miles," she whispers against my ear. I nod and hug her back. "We've got this, Rachel."
Chapter 19. Tate. It's Thursday. Game night. Normally, the sound of their Thursday night game gets under my skin. Tonight, it's music to my ears, knowing that Miles should be home. I have no idea what to expect from him or this arrangement we've got going on. I haven't texted or spoken to him in the 5 days since he's been gone. I know that with as much as I'm thinking about him, I shouldn't be doing this. For something that's supposed to be a casual thing, it's felt anything but casual. For me, it's been extremely involved. Intense, even. He's pretty much all I've thought about since that night in the rain, and it's quite pathetic that I'm reaching for the doorknob to walk inside my apartment, and my damn hand is shaking, knowing he might be in there. I open the door to the apartment, and Corbin is the first to look up. He nods, but doesn't even say hi. Ian waves from his seat on the couch, then looks back at the TV. Dylan's eyes roam up and down my body, and I do what I can to stop myself from rolling my eyes. Miles doesn't do anything, because Miles isn't here. My whole body sighs from disappointment. I drop my purse onto the empty chair in the living room and tell myself it's a good thing he isn't here, because I've got way too much homework to do anyway. "There's pizza in the fridge," Corbin says. "Nice." I walk into the kitchen and open the cabinet to remove a plate. I hear footsteps closing in on me, and my heart rate kicks up a notch. A hand touches me on my lower back, and I immediately smile and turn around to face Miles. Only it isn't Miles. It's Dylan. "Hey, Tate," he says, reaching around me to the cabinet. The hand that first touched my lower back is still on me, but now that I've turned to face him, his hand has slid to my waist. He keeps his eyes locked with mine as he reaches past me and opens the cabinet. "Just need a cup for my beer," he says, excusing the fact that he's right here, touching me, his face only inches from my face. I hate that he saw me smiling when I turned around. I just gave him the wrong idea. "Well, you won't find a cup in my pocket," I say, pushing his hand off of me. I look away from Dylan just as Miles steps into the kitchen. His eyes are burning holes into the part of me that Dylan was just touching. Miles saw Dylan's hand on me. Miles is looking at Dylan now as if he just committed murder. "Since when do you drink beer from a cup?" Miles says. Dylan turns around and looks at Miles, then glances back to me and smiles a very blatant, flirtatious smile. "Since Tate was standing so close to the cabinet." Shit, he's not even hiding it. He thinks I'm into him. Miles walks to the refrigerator and opens it. "So, Dylan, how's your wife?" Miles doesn't make an attempt to remove anything. He's just standing there, staring into the refrigerator with his fingers gripping the door handle harder than it's ever been gripped, I'm sure. Dylan is still looking at me, staring down at me. "She's at work," he says pointedly. "For at least 4 more hours." Miles slams the refrigerator and takes 2 quick steps toward Dylan. Dylan stands up straight, and I immediately scoot 2 feet away from him. "Corbin specifically instructed you to keep your hands off his sister. Show him some fucking respect." Dylan's jaw twitches, and he doesn't back down or look away from Miles. In fact, he takes a step toward him, closing the space between them. "Sounds to me like this isn't really about Corbin," Dylan says, seething. My heart is pounding in my chest. I feel guilty that I gave Dylan the wrong idea, and even guiltier that they're arguing about it now. But damn it, I love that Miles hates him so much. I just wish I knew if it was because he doesn't like that Dylan is flirting when he's got a wife at home, or if he doesn't like that Dylan is flirting with me. And now Corbin is standing in the doorway. Shit. "What really isn't about me?" Corbin asks, watching the 2 of them in their standoff. Miles backs up a step and turns so that he can face Dylan and Corbin at the same time. His eyes remain locked hard with Dylan's. "He's trying to fuck your sister." Jesus Christ, Miles, ever hear of sugarcoating? Corbin doesn't even flinch. "Go home to your wife, Dylan," he says firmly. As embarrassing as this is, I don't do anything to step in and defend Dylan, because I get the feeling that Miles and Corbin have been looking for an excuse to defriend him for a while now. I would also never defend a man who has no respect for his marriage. Dylan stares at Corbin for several painstakingly long seconds, then turns to face me with his back to both Miles and Corbin. This boy seriously has a death wish. "I live in 1012, he whispers with a wink. "Stop by sometime. She works weeknights." He turns away and walks between Corbin and Miles. "The 2 of you can go fuck yourselves." Corbin turns and his fists are clenched. He begins to stalk after Dylan, but Miles grabs his arm and pulls him back into the kitchen. He doesn't release Corbin's arm until the front door slams shut. Corbin turns to face me, and he looks so angry I'm surprised steam isn't coming from his ears. His face is red, and he's popping his knuckles. I forgot how insanely protective he is of me. I feel like I'm 15 again, only now I suddenly have 2 overprotective brothers. "Erase that apartment number from your head, Tate," Corbin says. I shake my head, somewhat disappointed that he would even think I'd want to remember Dylan's apartment number. "I have standards, Corbin." He nods, but he's still making an attempt to calm himself down. He inhales a deep breath, pops his jaw, then walks back into the living room. Miles is leaning against the counter, staring down at his feet. I watch him silently until he finally raises his eyes and looks up at me. He glances toward the living room, then kicks off the counter and walks toward me. Every step closer he takes, the more I press myself into the counter behind me, making an attempt to back away from the intensity in his eyes, even though I can't very well go anywhere. He reaches me. He smells good, like apples. Forbidden fruit. "Ask me if you can study at my place," he whispers. I nod, wondering why in the hell he would make such a random request after everything that just happened. I do it anyway, though. "Can I study at your place?" He breaks out into a huge grin and drops his forehead to the side of my head so that his lips are directly over my ear. "I meant for you to ask me in front of your brother," he says, laughing quietly. So I have an excuse to get you over there. Well, that's embarrassing. Now he knows exactly how much I'm not Tate when I'm near him. I'm only liquid, conforming, doing what he asks, doing what I'm told, doing what he wants me to do. Oh, I say quietly as I watch him ease away from me. That makes a lot more sense. He's still smiling, and I didn't realize how much I missed seeing that smile. He should smile all the time, forever, at me. He walks out of the kitchen and heads back to the living room, so I go to my room and shower in record time. I didn't realize I was such a good actress. I had practice, though. 5 minutes of practice. I stood in my room trying to think of the best, most casual line for when I walked into the living room to ask Miles for his key. I decided to wait until a particularly loud moment during the game, and then I burst out of the room and yelled at all of them, "You guys either need to mute the damn TV or go watch it next door because I'm trying to study." Miles looked at me and tried to hide his smile. Ian looked at me with suspicion, and Corbin rolled his eyes. "You go next door," Corbin said. "We're watching the game." He looked at Miles. "She can use your place, right?" Miles stood up immediately and said, "Sure, I'll let her in." I grabbed my things, followed him out of my apartment, and now, here we are. Miles opens his apartment door for me, even though it isn't locked. Corbin doesn't know that, though. He walks inside, and I slip in behind him. He shuts the door, and we turn and face each other. "I really do have homework," I say. I don't know what he's expecting to happen right this second, but I feel like I need to let him know that just because he shows up after a few days away, that doesn't mean he's my #1 priority. Even though he pretty much is. "I really do have a game to watch," he says, pointing over his shoulder at my apartment, but walking toward me at the same time. He takes my books out of my hands and walks with them to the table, where he sets them down. He starts walking back toward me and doesn't stop until his lips are pressed to mine and we can't walk any farther because my back is against the apartment door. His hands are gripping my waist and mine are gripping his shoulders. His tongue slides between my lips and into my mouth, and I take it very willingly. He groans and presses himself against me as my hands slide up his neck and through his hair. He pulls away just as fast and steps back several feet. He's looking at me like it's somehow my fault that he has to leave. He runs 2 frustrated palms down his face and releases a deep breath. "You didn't get to eat earlier," he says. "I'll bring you some pizza." He walks back toward me, and I step aside without responding. He opens the door and disappears. He's so weird. I walk to the table and begin to lay everything out that I need in order to study. I'm pulling out my chair to sit when his apartment door flies open again. I turn around, and he's walking toward the kitchen with a plate in his hands. He puts the pizza in his microwave, presses a few buttons and starts it, and then heads straight toward me. He's doing that intimidating thing again that makes me naturally back away from him, but his table is behind me and I can't go anywhere. He reaches me and quickly presses his lips to mine. "I have to go back over there," he says. "You good?" I nod. "You need anything?" I shake my head. "There's juice and bottled water in the fridge." "Thanks." He kisses me briefly again before he releases me and walks out the door. I fall into my chair. He's so nice. I could get used to this. I pull my notebook in front of me and begin studying. About half an hour passes, and then I get a text from him. "Miles, how's the homework going?" I'm reading the text on my phone, smiling like an idiot. He goes 9 days without seeing or texting me, and now he's texting me from 20 feet away. Me: "Good. How's the game going?" Miles: "Halftime. We're losing." Me: "Bummer." Miles: "You knew I didn't have cable." Me: Question mark, question mark, question mark? Miles: "Earlier, when you yelled at us, you told us to go to my place to watch the game, but you already knew I didn't have cable. I think Ian's suspicious now." Me: "Oh no, I didn't think about that." Miles: "It's cool. He's just giving me looks like he knows something is up. Honestly, I don't care if he knows. He knows everything else about me. Me. I'm surprised you didn't tell him already. Don't all guys kiss and tell? Miles. Not me, Tate. Me. I guess you're the exception. Now leave me alone, I have to study. Miles. Don't come back until I tell you the game is over. I lay my phone down on the table, unable to wipe the grin from my face. An hour later, the door to his apartment opens. I look up and he walks in, shuts the door, and casually falls against it. Game's over, he says. I drop my pen. Perfect timing. I just finished my homework. His eyes fall to my books, spread out across the table. Corbin's probably expecting you. I don't know if that's his way of telling me I should leave, or if he's just making conversation. I stand up anyway and begin to gather my books, attempting to hide the disappointment on my face. He walks straight to me and takes the books out of my hands, setting them back down. He gives them a shove, sliding them a foot away, and then he grabs my waist and pushes me onto the table. That doesn't mean I want you to leave, he says firmly, looking me hard in the eyes. I don't smile this time because he just made me nervous again. Every time he looks at me with this much intensity, I get nervous. He slides me to the very edge of the table and stands between my legs. His hands are still on my waist, but his lips are now on my jaw. I was thinking, he says softly, his breath caressing my neck, covering me in chills, about tonight, and how you've been in class all day. He slides his hands beneath me, lifting me off the table. And how you work all weekend, every weekend. My legs are wrapped around him now. He's carrying me to his bedroom. Now he's laying me on his bed. Now he's on top of me, brushing my hair back, looking me in the eyes. And I realized that you never have a day off. His mouth is back to my jaw again, kissing it softly between each sentence. You haven't had a day off since Thanksgiving, have you? I shake my head, not understanding why he's talking so much, but loving it just the same. His hand slides up under my shirt and his palm meets my stomach, continuing upward until he's cupping my breast. You must be really tired, Tate. I shake my head. Not really. I'm lying. I'm exhausted. His lips leave my neck and he looks me in the eyes. You're lying, he says, brushing his thumb over the thin layer of bra covering my nipple. I can tell you're tired. He lowers his mouth until it's pressed against mine, so softly I barely even feel it. I just want to kiss you for a few minutes, okay? Then you're going to leave and go get some rest. I don't want you to think I expect something just because we're both home. His mouth touches mine again, but his lips can't compare to what his words do to me. I never knew thoughtfulness could be such a turn-on. But oh my God, it's so hot. His hand slides beneath my bra and his mouth invades me. Every time his tongue caresses mine, it makes my head spin. I wonder if that will ever get old. I know he said he just wanted to kiss me for a few minutes, but his definition of kiss and my definition of kiss are written in two different languages. His mouth is everywhere. So are his hands. He pushes my shirt up above my bra, pulling one side of it down until my breast is exposed. He teases me with his tongue, looking up at me while he does it. His mouth is warm and his tongue is even warmer, causing soft whimpers to escape from me. He runs his hand down my stomach and lifts slightly off of me, holding his weight up on his elbow. His hand trails over my jeans until he reaches the insides of my thighs. He runs his fingers against the material between my legs, and I let my head fall back and my eyes close. Good Lord, I love his version of kissing. He begins to rub his hand over me, pressing firmly against my jeans until my entire body is silently begging for him. His mouth is no longer on my breast. It's on my neck now, and he's kissing, nibbling, sucking all in one spot, as if he's trying to brand me. I'm trying to be quiet, but it's impossible when he's creating this amazing friction between us. But that's fine, because he's not being quiet either. Every time I moan, he groans or sighs or whispers my name, which is why I'm being so loud, because I love his sounds. Love them. His hand quickly moves to the button on my jeans and he unbuttons them, but he doesn't switch positions or move away from my neck. He pulls my zipper down and slides his hands on top of my panties. He resumes the same movements, only this time they're 1,000,000 times more intense, and I can instantly tell he isn't going to have to do it for much longer. My back arches off the bed, and it takes all I have not to pull away from his hand. It's as if he knows exactly the right places to touch that will make me react. Christ, Tate, you're so wet. 2 of his fingers pull my panties aside. I want to feel you. And that's it. I'm a goner. His finger slips inside me, but his thumb remains outside, coaxing moans and oh my gods and don't stops out of me like I'm a broken record. He kisses me, swallowing all my sounds while my body begins to tremble beneath his hand. The sensation lasts so long and is so intense I'm afraid to let go of him when it's over. I don't want his hand to leave me. I want to fall asleep like this. I'm completely still, but we're both breathing so heavily we're unable to move. His mouth is still on mine and our eyes are closed, but he's not kissing me. After a few moments, he finally pulls his hand out of my pants, then zips and buttons them back up. When I open my eyes, he's slowly sliding his fingers out of his mouth with a grin. Holy shit. I'm so glad I'm not standing up right now, or seeing him do that would have made me fall straight to the floor. Wow, I say as I exhale. You're pretty damn good at this. He smiles even wider. Why, thank you, he says. He leans forward and kisses my forehead. Now go home and get some sleep, girl. He begins to lift off the bed, and I grab his arms and pull him back down. Wait, I tell him. I push him onto his back and slide on top of him. That's not really fair to you. I'm not keeping score, he says, rolling me onto my back. Corbin's probably wondering why you're still over here. He stands up and grabs my wrists to pull me up with him. He pulls me against him close enough for me to tell he isn't at all ready for me to leave yet. If Corbin says anything, I'll just tell him I didn't want to leave until I was finished with my homework. Miles shakes his head. You need to go back, Tate, he says. He thanked me for protecting you from Dylan earlier. How do you think he'd feel if he knew I only did that because I was being selfish and wanted you all to myself? I shake my head. I don't care how he'd feel. It's not his business. Miles brings his hands to my cheeks. I care. He's my friend. I don't want him to find out what a hypocrite I am. He kisses my forehead and pulls me out of the bedroom door before I can respond. He gathers my books and hands them to me when I reach the front door, but before I walk out, he grabs my elbow and stops me. He's staring down at me, but there's something else in his expression this time. Something in his eyes that isn't desire or want or disappointment or intimidation. It's something unspoken, something he wants to say to me that he's too afraid to say. His hands cup my cheeks, and he presses his mouth to mine so hard I hit the frame of the door behind me. He kisses me so possessively and desperately it would make me sad, if only I didn't love it so much. He inhales deeply and pulls away, exhaling slowly, staring me hard in the eyes. He drops his hand and steps back, waiting for me to step into the hallway before he closes his door. I have no idea what that was, but I need more of it. I somehow make my legs move and I walk into Corbin's apartment. Corbin isn't in the living room, so I set my books down on the counter. I hear Corbin's shower running. Corbin's in the shower. I immediately walk out the door and back across the hall and knock. His door swings open so quickly, it's as if Miles was still standing in the same spot. He glances over my shoulder at my apartment door. Corbin's in the shower, I say. Miles looks back at me, and before I think he even has time to process my words, he's pulling me inside his apartment. He slams the door shut and shoves me against it, and once again his mouth is everywhere. I waste no time unbuttoning his jeans and pulling them down several inches. His hands take over and pull my pants down completely along with my underwear. As soon as he slides my feet out of them, he's urging me toward his kitchen table. He spins me around, positioning me until I'm leaning across the table on my stomach. He reaches between my legs, spreading them farther apart while freeing himself from his jeans. Both of his hands move to my waist and grip tightly. He steadies himself against me and then carefully eases himself inside me. "Oh, God," he groans. I press my palms flat out on the table. There's nothing to grab hold of, and I desperately need to grab something. He leans forward, pressing his chest against my back. His breaths are heavy and hot and crashing against my skin. "I have to get a condom." "Okay," I breathe out. He hasn't backed away yet, though, and my body naturally wants to take him in the rest of the way. I press myself against him, pushing him further inside me, causing him to dig his fingers into my hips so hard I wince. "Don't, Tate." His voice is a warning. Or a dare. I do it again, and he groans, quickly pulling out of me completely. His hands are still digging into my hips, and he's still pressed against me. He's just no longer inside me. "I'm on the pill," I whisper. He doesn't move. I close my eyes, needing him to do something. Anything. I'm dying here. "Tate," he whispers. He doesn't follow it up with anything. We stand quietly still, with him in the same position, poised right outside me. Damn it. He releases my waist and finds my hands palm side down on the table. He slides his fingers through mine and squeezes, then buries his face against my neck from behind me. "Brace yourself." He slams into me so unexpectedly I scream. One of his hands leaves mine and he brings it to my mouth and covers it. "Shh," he warns. He holds still, giving me a moment to adjust to him inside me. He pulls out with a moan and slams into me again, causing me to yell out once more. His hand muffles my noises this time. He repeats his movements, harder, faster. He's grunting with every thrust, and I'm making noises I didn't even know I could make. I've never experienced anything like this before. I didn't know it could be this intense, this raw, this animalistic. I lower my face and press my cheek against the table. I squeeze my eyes shut. I let him fuck me. It's quiet. It's so quiet. And I don't know if it's because we were both so loud just a few seconds ago, or if he just needs a minute to recover. He's still inside me, but he's finished. He's just not moving. One of his hands is still covering my mouth, the other still squeezing my fingers. His face is still buried against my neck. But he's so incredibly still, I'm afraid to move. I don't even feel him breathing. The first thing to move is his hand, away from my mouth. He unlocks his fingers from mine and straightens them, pulling them slowly apart from mine. He presses both palms against the table and lifts his face away from my neck. He pulls out of me without a sound. It's still too quiet, so I don't move. I hear him as he pulls his pants back into position and zips them. I hear his footsteps as he walks away. He's walking away. His bedroom door slams shut, and I flinch. My cheek and palms and stomach are still flat against his table, but now so are my tears. They're falling. Falling, 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 and I can't stop them. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I don't have a clue what the hell is wrong with him, but I have too much pride and too little courage to find out. This felt like an end. I'm not sure I was ready for this to be the end. I'm not sure I was ready for there ever to be an end, and I hate myself for allowing my feelings to get to that point. I'm also angry, because here I am, standing in his apartment, looking for my pants, trying to stop my ridiculous tears, still feeling the remnants of him sliding down my leg. And I have no fucking clue why he had to ruin it. Ruin me. I finish getting dressed, and I leave.
Chapter 20. Miles. 6 years earlier. "You're getting an Audi," I tell her. I run my fingers over her bare stomach and I kiss it. It's cute. I press my ear to her skin and close my eyes. "I bet he's lonely in there," I say. "Are you lonely in there, buddy?" Rachel laughs. "You keep calling him a boy. What if he's a girl?" I tell Rachel whatever he is, I'll love him the same. I already love him. Or her. Our parents are out of town. We're playing house again, except this time we aren't really playing. It's kind of serious. So what happens if he really does propose to her this time? She asks. I tell her not to worry. I tell her he's not proposing. He would ask me first before he did it. I know that much about him. We have to tell them, I say to her. She nods. She knows we have to tell them. It's been 3 months. We graduate in 2. She's starting to show. She's getting an Audi. It's cute. We should tell them tomorrow, I say. She says, okay. I move away from her stomach and lie beside her. I pull her against me. I touch her face. I love you, Rachel, I tell her. She's not as scared now. She tells me she loves me too. You're doing a good job, I say. She doesn't know what I'm talking about, so I grin and touch her stomach. You're doing a good job growing him. I'm pretty sure you're going to grow the best baby any woman has ever grown. She laughs at my silliness. You love me so much, Rachel. I look at her, at the girl I gave my heart to, and I wonder how I got so lucky. I wonder why she loves me just as much as I love her. I wonder what my dad is going to say when he finds out about us. I wonder if Lisa will hate me. I wonder if she'll want to take Rachel back to Phoenix. I wonder how I can convince them that we've got this. What are we going to name him? I ask her. She's excited when I ask her this. She likes talking about names. She says if it's a girl, she wants to name her Claire, after her grandmother. I tell her I wish I knew her grandmother. I want to know the woman my daughter will be named after. She tells me her grandmother would have loved me. I tell her I love the name Claire. What if he's a boy? I ask. You can pick the boy name, she says. I tell her that's a lot of pressure. I tell her he'll have to live with his name the rest of his life. She says, then you better pick a good one. I'd better pick a good one. One that means something to you, she says. One that means something to me. I tell her I have the perfect name for him. She wants to know what it is. I tell her I'm not telling her. I'll tell her his name after it becomes his name, after he's born. She tells me I'm insane. She says she refuses to give birth to our baby until she knows his name. I laugh. I tell her she has no choice. She tells me I'm crazy. You love that about me, Rachel.
Chapter 21. Tate. I worked all weekend, so I haven't seen or spoken to Miles since Thursday night. I keep telling myself it's for the best, but sure as hell doesn't feel like it with the way I've been letting it eat at me. Tonight is Monday, and it's the first of 3 days when Corbin won't be home and Miles will be. I know he knows Corbin is gone, but based on the way he left things Thursday, I doubt he cares much. I half expected that he would eventually explain if I did something wrong, or at least tell me what upset him so much. But the last I got from him was the slam of his bedroom door after he walked away. I can see why he hasn't been in a relationship for 6 years. He's obviously clueless when it comes to how a guy should treat a girl, which surprises me, because I get these vibes from him that he's really a decent guy. However, his actions during and after sex seem to contradict his character. It's as if pieces of the guy he used to be bleed over into the guy he's trying to be. If any other man ever treated me like he did, it would be the one and only time. I don't put up with the things I've seen a lot of my friends put up with. However, I find myself continuing to make excuses for him, like something could actually justify his actions last week. I'm beginning to fear that maybe I'm not so tough after all. That fear is immediately confirmed with the skip of my heart as soon as I step off the elevator. There's a note taped to my apartment door, so I rush to it and pull it down. It's just a folded piece of paper without anything written on the outside of it. I open it. I need to run an errand. I'll stop by at 7 if you want to come with me. I read the note several times. It's obviously from him and it's obviously for me, but the note reads so incredibly casual that for a second I begin to doubt that Thursday even happened. He was there, though. He knows how that night ended between us. He knows I must be upset or angry, but nothing in his note reveals that at all. I unlock my door and walk inside before I can work myself up to the point of beating on his door to scream at him. I drop my things once I'm inside my apartment and read the note one more time, dissecting everything from his handwriting down to his selection of words. I wad it up in my hands and throw it toward the kitchen, completely pissed off. I'm pissed because I already know I'll be going with him. I don't know how not to. There's a soft knock on the door at exactly 7 o'clock. His punctuality pisses me off, and there's no reason for it. I have nothing against punctuality. I have a feeling every single thing Miles does tonight is going to piss me off. I walk to the front door and open it. He's standing in the hallway, several feet away. He's probably closer to his door than to mine, actually. He's looking down at his feet when I open the door, but he eventually lifts his eyes to meet mine. His hands are tucked away in his jacket pockets again, and he doesn't lift his head all the way up. I take this as a sign of submission from him, even though it's more than likely not. Want to come? His voice invades me, weakens me, turns me into liquid again. I nod as I step out into the hall and close the door behind me. I lock it and turn around to face him. He nods his head toward the elevators, silently telling me he'll follow behind me. I try to read the expression in his eyes, but I should know better. I walk toward the elevator and press the down button. He stands next to me, but neither of us speaks. It takes the elevator what seems like years to get to us. When it finally opens, we both breathe a quiet sigh of relief. But as soon as we're inside and the doors close, neither of us can breathe again. I can feel him watching me, but I don't look at him. I can't. I feel stupid. I feel like I want to cry again. Now that I'm here and I have no idea where we're going, I feel like a fool for allowing him to even get me this far. I'm sorry. His voice is weak, but it's also surprisingly sincere. I don't look at him. I don't even respond. He takes 3 steps across the elevator, and then he reaches down beside me and presses the emergency stop button. His finger lingers on the button as he watches me, but I keep my eyes down. My face is level with his chest, but my jaw is tense, and I won't look up at him. I won't. Tate, I'm sorry, he repeats. He's still not touching me, but he's invading again. He's standing so close to me I can feel his breath and him, and how much he really is sorry. But I don't even know what I'm supposed to be forgiving him for. He never promised anything other than sex, and that's exactly what he gave me. Sex. Nothing less and definitely nothing more. I'm sorry, he says again. You didn't deserve that. This time, he touches my chin, lifting my eyes to meet his. The feel of his fingers on my face causes my jaw to grow even more tense. I'm doing everything I can to keep up my armor because I'm finding it hard to fight back my tears. The same thing I saw in his eyes when he kissed me at his door Thursday night is back. Something unspoken that he wishes he could say, but the only words that come out of his mouth are his apologies. He winces as though he's experiencing actual physical pain, and he presses his forehead to mine. I'm sorry. He presses his palms against the elevator wall and leans into me until our chests are touching. My arms are at my sides and my eyes are closed, and as much as I feel like crying right now, I refuse to do it in front of him. I'm still not sure what he's apologizing for specifically, but it doesn't matter, because it sounds like he's apologizing for everything. For starting something with me that we know wouldn't end well, for not being able to open up about his past, for not being able to open up about his future, for ruining me when he walked into his bedroom and slammed his door. One of his hands wraps around the side of my head, and he pulls me against him. His other hand drops to my back, and he squeezes me, pressing his cheek against the top of my head. I don't know what this is, Tate, he confesses, but I swear, I didn't mean to hurt you. I just don't know what the hell I'm doing. The apology in his voice is enough to make my arms want to hold him. I bring them up and grab the sleeves of his shirt, then press my face into his chest. We stand like this for several minutes, both of us completely lost, completely new to this, completely confused. He eventually releases me and hits the button to take us to the ground floor. I still haven't spoken, because I'm not even sure what words to use in this situation. When the elevator doors open, he takes my hand in his and holds it all the way to his car. He opens my door and waits for me to climb inside, then he closes it and walks around to his side. I've never been inside his car before. I'm surprised by the simplicity of it. I know Corbin makes a decent amount of money and usually likes to spend it on nice things. This car is understated, just like Miles. He exits the parking garage, and we drive in silence for several miles. I'm tired of the quiet and tired of the curiosity, so the first thing I say to him since he ruined me is, "Where are we going?" It's as if my voice makes the awkwardness completely disintegrate, because he exhales like he's relieved to hear it. "To the airport," he says. "Not for work, though. I go there sometimes to watch the planes take off." He reaches across the console and takes my hand in his. It's comforting and scary all at once. His hands are warm, and it makes me want him to hold my entire body in them, but it scares me how much I want that. It's completely quiet again until we reach the airport. There are restricted access signs, but he passes them like he knows exactly where he's going. We finally pull into a parking lot overlooking the runway. Several jets are lined up, waiting to take off. He points to the left, and I look, just as one of the planes begins to accelerate. His car fills with the sound of the engines as it zooms past us. We both watch it make its ascent until the landing gear disappears and the plane is swallowed up by the night. "You come here a lot?" I ask him while I continue to stare out my window. He laughs, so naturally I turn to face him. "That sounded like a pickup line," he says, smiling. His smile makes me smile. His eyes drop to my mouth, and my smile makes his smile disappear. "Yeah, I do," he says as he looks out his window again to watch the next jet prepare for takeoff. I realize in this moment that things aren't the same between us. Something huge changed, and I can't tell if it's good or bad. He brought me here because he wants to talk. I just don't know what he wants to talk about. "Miles," I say, wanting him to look at me again. He doesn't. "It's not fun," he says quietly. "This thing we're doing." I don't like that sentence. I want him to take it back, because it feels like it's cutting me. But he's right. "I know," I say. "If we don't stop now, it'll just get worse." I don't verbally agree with him this time. I know he's right, but I don't want to stop. The thought of not being with him again makes my stomach feel hollow. What did I do to upset you so much? He cuts his eyes to mine, and I hardly recognize them from the ice built up behind them. "That was all me, Tate," he says firmly. "Don't think for a second that my issues are because of anything you do or don't do." I find a slight amount of relief from his answer, but still have no idea what went wrong with him. We keep our eyes locked, waiting for the other to fill the silence again. I have no idea what he's suffered through in the past, but it must have been pretty damn difficult if he can't move on after 6 years. "You act like it's such a bad thing for us to like each other." "Maybe it is," he says. I kind of want him to stop talking now, because everything he says is just causing me more pain and making me even more confused. "So you brought me here to call it off?" He sighs heavily. "I just wanted it to be fun, but I think you might have different expectations from mine. I don't want to hurt you, and if we keep doing this, I will." He looks out his window again. I want to hit something, but instead I run 2 frustrated hands down my face and fall back heavily against my seat. I've never met anyone who can say so little when they speak. He's definitely perfected the art of evasiveness. You have to give me more than that, Miles. A simple explanation, maybe? What the hell happened to you? His jaw tightens as firmly as the grip he still has on his steering wheel. I asked you to do 2 things for me. Don't ask about my past, and never expect a future. You're doing both. I nod. Yes, Miles, you're right, I am. Because I like you, and I know you like me, and when we're together, it's phenomenal. So that's what normal people do. When they find someone they're compatible with, they open up to them. They let them in. They want to be with them. They don't fuck them against their kitchen table and then walk away and make them feel like complete shit. Nothing. He gives me nothing. No reaction whatsoever. He faces forward and starts his car. You were right, he says. He puts the car in reverse and prepares to pull out of the parking lot. It's a good thing we weren't friends first. Would have made this a lot harder. I turn away from him because I'm embarrassed at how angry his words are making me. I'm embarrassed it's hurting me like it is, but everything with Miles hurts. It hurts because I know how good our good moments are, and I know how easily the bad moments would go away if he would just stop trying to fight this. Tate, he says with remorse. I want to rip his voice from his throat. His hand meets my shoulder and the car isn't moving anymore. Tate, I didn't mean that. I push his hand away. Don't, I say. Either admit you want me for more than just sex, or take me home. He's quiet. Maybe he's contemplating my ultimatum. Admit it, Miles. Admit it. Please. The car begins moving again. What did you expect would happen? Cap asks, handing me another tissue. When Miles and I arrived back at the apartment complex, I couldn't bear riding up that elevator with him, so I took a seat next to Cap and let him go up alone. Unlike the hard exterior I try to show Miles, I completely break down while spilling all the details to Cap, whether he cares to hear them or not. I wipe my nose again and drop the tissue, adding it to the pile next to me on the floor. I was being delusional, I say. I told myself I could handle it if he never wanted more. I guess I thought if I let him take his time, he'd eventually come around. Cap reaches around to a trash can at his side and places it between us so I have somewhere to toss my tissues. If that boy can't see what a good thing he could have with you, then he ain't worth your time. I nod, agreeing with him. I do have a lot more important things to do with my time, but for some reason, I feel as if Miles can see what a good thing he has with me. I feel like he wishes he could make this work between us, but something bigger than him or me or us is holding him back. I just wish I knew what it was. Have I told you my favorite joke yet? Cap asks. I shake my head and grab another tissue from the box in his hands, relieved at the change in subject. Knock, knock, he says. I don't expect his favorite joke to be a knock-knock joke, but I play along. Who's there interrupting cow? He says. Interrupting moo, he yells loudly, cutting me off. I stare at him. Then I laugh. I laugh harder than I've laughed in a long damn time.
Chapter 22. Miles. 6 years earlier. My dad says he needs to speak to us. He asked me to get Rachel and meet him and Lisa at the dining room table. I tell him okay, that there's something we need to speak to them about, too. Curiosity flashes in his eyes, but only for a brief second. He thinks about Lisa again, and he's not curious anymore. His everything is Lisa. I go to Rachel's room and tell my everything that they want to speak to us. We all sit down at the dining room table. I know what he's going to say. He's going to tell us he proposed. I don't want to care, but I do. I wonder why he didn't tell me first. This makes me sad, but only a little bit. It's not going to matter after we tell them what we have to tell them. I asked Lisa to marry me, he says. Lisa smiles at him. He smiles at her. Rachel and I aren't smiling. So we did, Lisa says, flashing her ring. So we did. Rachel gasps quietly. They're already married. They look happy. They're looking at us, waiting for a reaction. Lisa is concerned. She doesn't like that Rachel looks so upset. Honey, it was spur of the moment. We were in Vegas. Neither of us wanted a big wedding. Please don't be mad. Rachel begins crying into her hands. I wrap my arm around her and want to console her. I want to kiss her reassuringly, but my father and Lisa wouldn't understand it. I need to tell them. My dad looks confused that Rachel is so upset. I didn't think either of you would mind, he says. You're both leaving for college in a couple of months. He thinks we're mad at them. Dad, I say, keeping my arm around Rachel. Lisa? I look at both of them. I ruin their day. Ruin. Rachel is pregnant. Silence. 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 Deafening silence. Lisa is in shock. My father is comforting Lisa. His arm is around her and he's rubbing her back. You don't even have a boyfriend, Lisa says to Rachel. Rachel looks at me. My father stands. He's angry now. Who's responsible? He yells. He looks at me. Tell me who he is, Miles. What kind of guy knocks a girl up and doesn't have the balls to be with her when she tells her own mother? What kind of guy would let a girl's brother be the one to break the news? I'm not her brother, I say to my father. I'm not. He ignores my comment. He's pacing the kitchen now. He hates the person who did this to Rachel. Dad, I say. I stand up. He stops pacing. He turns and looks at me. Dad? I'm suddenly not as confident as I was when I sat down to do this. I've got this. Dad, it was me. I'm the one who got her pregnant. My words are hard for him to swallow. Lisa is looking back and forth between Rachel and me. She can't swallow what I'm saying either. That's not possible, my father says, trying to push away all the thoughts that are telling him it is possible. I wait for it to process. His expression changes from confusion to anger. He looks at me like I'm not even his son. He's looking at me like I'm the guy who knocked up his new stepdaughter. He hates me. He hates me. He really hates me. Get out of this house. I look at Rachel. She grabs my hand and shakes her head, silently pleading for me not to leave. Get out, he says again. He hates me. I tell Rachel I should go, just for a little while. She begs me not to go. My father walks around the table and shoves me. He pushes me toward the door. I release Rachel's hand. I'll be at Ian's, I tell her. I love you. Those words are obviously too much for my father because his fist immediately comes at me. He pulls his hand back and looks almost as shocked as I do that he just punched me. I step outside and my father slams the door. My father hates me. I walk to my car and open the door. I sit in the driver's seat, but I don't crank the engine. I look in the mirror. My lip is bleeding. I hate my father. I get out of my car and slam the door. I walk back into the house. My father rushes to the door. I hold my palms up. I don't want to hit him, but I will. If he touches me again, I'll hit him. Rachel isn't at the table anymore. Rachel is in her room. I'm sorry, I say to both of them. We didn't mean for it to happen, but it happened, and now we have to deal with it. Lisa is crying. My father hugs her. I look at Lisa. I love her, I say. I'm in love with your daughter. I'll take care of them. We've got this. Lisa can't even look at me. They both hate me. This started before I even met you, Lisa. I met her before I knew you were with my father, and we tried to stop it. that's kind of a lie. My father steps forward. The entire time this has been going on, the entire time she's lived here? I shake my head. It's been going on since before she lived here. He hates me even more now. He wants to hit me again, but Lisa is pulling him back. She tells him they'll figure it out. She tells him she can get it taken care of. She tells him it'll be okay. It's too late for that, I tell Lisa. She's too far along. I don't wait for my father to hit me again. I rush down the hallway and go to Rachel. I lock the door behind me. She meets me halfway. She throws her arms around my neck and cries into my shirt. Well, I say, the hard part is over with. She laughs with her cry. She tells me the hard part isn't over yet. She tells me the hard part is getting him out. I laugh. I love you so much, Rachel. I love you so much, Miles, she whispers.
Chapter 23. Tate. I miss you so much, Miles. Thoughts like that are why I'm drowning my sorrows in chocolate. It's been 3 weeks since he brought me home. It's been 3 weeks since I've laid eyes on him. Christmas came and went, but I barely noticed because I worked through it. 2 Thursday game nights that Miles didn't show up to. New Year's came and went, another semester of school began. And Tate still misses Miles. I take my chocolate chips and my chocolate milk and walk to the kitchen to hide them from the person knocking at the apartment door. I already know it's not Miles because the knock at my door belongs to Chad and Taryn. They're the only friends I've made here, as busy as I am, and they're only my friends because we're in study group together. Which is why they're knocking on my door right now. I open it, and Chad is standing in the doorway sans Taryn. Where's Taryn? She got called in to cover a shift, he says. She can't make it tonight. I hold the door open further to let him in. As soon as he steps over the threshold, Miles opens his apartment door across the hall. He freezes when our eyes meet. He holds me captive with his stare for several seconds until his gaze slides over my shoulder and lands on Chad. I glance at Chad, who looks at me and arches an eyebrow. He can apparently tell something's up, so he respectfully retreats into my apartment. I'll be in your room, Tate, he says. That's nice of Chad, offering to give me privacy with the guy across the hall. However, announcing that he'll be waiting in my bedroom probably wasn't the respect Miles wanted to be shown, because now he's stepping back inside his apartment. His eyes drop to the floor right before he closes his door. The look on his face sends pangs of guilt straight to my stomach. I have to remind myself that this was his choice. I have nothing to feel guilty about, even if he is misjudging the situation he just opened his door to. I close the front door and join Chad in my room. The silent pep talk I tried to give myself did nothing to ease the guilt. I sit on the bed and he sits at the desk. That was weird, he says, eyeing me. I'm a little scared to leave your apartment now. I shake my head. Don't worry about Miles. He has issues, but they aren't my issues anymore. Chad nods and doesn't question me any further. He opens the study guide and lays it across his lap as he props his feet up on the bed. Taryn already made notes for Chapter 2, so if you get 3, I'll cover 4. Deal, I say. I scoot back against my pillow and spend the next hour preparing notes for Chapter 3. But I have no idea how I managed to concentrate because the only thing I can think about is the look that crossed Miles' face right before he closed the door. I could tell I hurt him. That makes us even now, I guess. After Chad and I exchange notes and answer the study questions at the end of every chapter, I make copies on my printer. I realize 3 people divvying up 3 chapters and sharing answers is cheating, but who the hell cares? I never claimed to be perfect. Once we're finished, I walk Chad back out. I can tell he's a little bit nervous after having seen the look on Miles' face earlier, so I wait for him to get on the elevator before I close the apartment door. To be honest, I was a little nervous for him too. I walk to the kitchen and begin making a plate of leftovers. There's no point in cooking since Corbin won't be home until late tonight. Before I'm finished adding food to my plate, the front door opens with a knock. Miles is the only one who opens the door and knocks at the same time. Calm down. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Calm the hell down, Tate.
Who was that?
Miles asks from behind me. I don't even turn around. I continue making my plate of food as if his being here after weeks of silence isn't filling me with a storm of emotions. Anger being the most prominent one. He's in my class, I say. We were studying. I can feel the tension rolling off him, and I'm not even facing him. For 3 hours? I spin around and face him, but the expletives I want to scream get caught in my throat when I see him. He's standing in the doorway to the kitchen, gripping the doorframe over his head. I can tell he hasn't worked in a few days because his jaw is lined with a thin layer of stubble. He's barefoot, and his shirt has risen up with his arms, revealing that V. At first, I stare at him. Then I yell at him. If I want to screw a guy in my bedroom for 3 hours, then good for me. You aren't at all entitled to have an opinion about what goes on in my life. You're a jerk, and you have serious issues, and I don't want to be a part of them anymore. I'm lying. I really do want to be a part of his issues. I want to immerse myself in his issues and become his issues. But I'm supposed to be this independent, headstrong girl who doesn't cave just because she likes a guy. His eyes are narrowed, and his breaths are coming hard and fast. He drops his arms and walks swiftly to me, grabbing my face, forcing me to look up at him. His eyes are frantic, and knowing that he's scared that I've moved on feels way too good. He waits several seconds before speaking, allowing his eyes to roam over my face. His thumbs brush lightly across my cheekbones, and his hands feel protective and good, and I absolutely hate that I want them everywhere right now. I don't like who he turns me into. Are you sleeping with him? He asks, finally resting his eyes on mine as they search for truth. That's none of your business, Miles. No, I say instead. Have you kissed him? Still not your business, Miles. No. He closes his eyes and exhales, relieved. He drops his hands to the bar on either side of me and lowers his forehead to my shoulder. He doesn't ask me another question. He's hurting, but I don't know what the hell to do about it. He's the only one who can change things between us, and as far as I know, he's still not willing to do that. Tate, he says in a pained whisper. His face moves to my neck and one of his hands grips my waist. Damn it, Tate. His other hand moves to the back of my head as his lips rest against the skin of my neck. What do I do? He whispers. What the fuck do I do? I squeeze my eyes shut because the confusion and pain in his voice are unbearable. I shake my head. I shake it because I don't know how to answer a question that I don't even know the meaning behind. I also shake my head because I don't know how to physically push him away. His lips meet the spot just below my ear, and I want to pull him closer and push him as far away as I can. His mouth continues to move across my skin, and I feel my neck tilting so that he can find even more of me to kiss. His fingers tangle in my hair as he grips the back of my head to hold me still against his mouth. Make me leave, he says, his voice pleading and warm against my throat. You don't need this. He's kissing his way up my throat, breaking for breath only when he speaks. I just don't know how to stop wanting you. Tell me to go, and I'll go. I don't tell him to go. I shake my head. I can't. I turn my face toward his, just as he's worked his way up to my mouth. Then I grab his shirt and pull him to me, knowing exactly what I'm doing to myself. I know this time won't end any prettier than the other times, but I still want it just as much, if not more. He pauses and looks me hard in the eyes. I can't give you more than this, he whispers as a warning. I just can't. I hate him for saying that, but respect it just the same. I respond by pulling him closer until our lips meet. We open our mouths at the exact same time and completely devour each other. We're frantic, pulling at each other, moaning, digging into each other's skin. Sex, I remind myself, it's just sex, nothing more. He's not giving me any other part of him. I can tell myself that all I want, but at the same time, I'm taking as much as I can get, deciphering every sound he makes and every touch, attempting to convince myself that what he's giving me is so much more than what it probably is. I'm a fool. At least I'm a self-aware fool. I unbutton his jeans, and he unfastens my bra, and before we're even in my bedroom, my shirt is off. Our mouths never separate as he shuts my door, then yanks off my bra. He pushes me onto the bed and pulls off my jeans, then stands and removes his own. It's a race. It's Miles and me against everything else. We're racing our consciences, our pride, our respect, the truth. He's trying to get inside me before any of the rest of that stuff catches up to us. As soon as he's back on the bed, he's over me, against me, then inside me. We win. His mouth finds mine again, but that's all it does. He doesn't kiss me. Our lips touch and our breath collides and our eyes meet, but there isn't a kiss. What our mouths are doing is so much more than that. With every thrust inside me, his lips slide over mine and his eyes grow hungrier, but he never once kisses me. A kiss is so much easier than what we're doing. When you kiss, you can close your eyes. You can kiss away the thoughts. You can kiss away the pain, the doubt, the shame. When you close your eyes and kiss, you protect yourself from the vulnerability. This isn't us protecting ourselves. This is confrontation. This is a standoff. This is eye-to-eye combat. This is a dare, from me to Miles, from Miles to me. I dare you to try to stop this, we're both silently screaming. His eyes remain focused on mine the entire time as he moves in and out of me. With each thrust, I hear his words from just a few short weeks ago repeat in my head. It's easy to confuse feelings and emotions for something they aren't, especially when eye contact is involved. I completely understand now. I understand so well I almost wish he'd close his eyes, because he's more than likely not feeling what his eyes are showing me right now. You feel so good, he whispers. The words fall into my mouth, forcing moans out of me in reciprocation. He lowers his right hand between us, placing pressure against me in a way that would normally cause my head to fall backward and my eyes to fall shut. Not this time. I'm not backing down from this confrontation. Especially not when he's staring straight into my eyes, defying his own words. Even though I refuse to back down, I do let him know I like what he's doing to me. I can't help but let him know that because I don't have control over my voice right now. It's possessed by a girl who thinks she wants this from him. Don't stop, my voice says, becoming more possessed by him the longer this continues. Wasn't planning on it. He applies more pressure, both inside and outside me. He grabs my leg behind the knee and pulls it up between our chests, finding a slightly different angle to enter me. He holds my leg firmly against his shoulder and somehow thrusts into me even deeper. Miles, oh my God. I moan his name and God's name and even shout to Jesus a couple of times. I begin to shudder beneath him, and I'm not sure which one of us broke down first, but we're kissing now. We're kissing as hard and as deep as his thrusts inside me. He's loud. I'm louder. I'm shaking. He's shaking harder. He's out of breath. I'm inhaling enough for both of us. He pushes into me one final time and holds me firmly against the mattress with his weight. Tate, he says, moaning my name against my mouth as his body recovers from the tremors. Fuck, Tate. He slowly pulls out of me and presses his cheek against my chest. Holy shit, he breathes. It's so good. This. Us. So fucking good. I know. He rolls onto his side and keeps his arm draped across me. We lie together quietly. Me, not wanting to admit that I just let him use me again. Him, not wanting to admit that it was more than just sex. Both of us lying to ourselves. "Where's Corbin?" he asks. "He'll be home later tonight." He lifts his head and looks down at me, his brows furrowed in a line of worry. "I should go." He rolls off the bed and pulls his jeans back on. "Come over later?" I nod as I stand up and slide into my own jeans. "Grab my shirt from the kitchen," I tell him. I pull on my bra and fasten it. He opens my bedroom door, but he doesn't walk out. He pauses in the doorway. He's looking at someone. Shit. I don't have to see him to know that Corbin is standing there. I immediately rush to the door to stop whatever's about to happen. When I hold it open further, Corbin is standing in his doorway across the hall, glaring at Miles. I make the first move. "Corbin, before you say anything..." He holds up his hand to shut me up. His eyes drop for a second to my bra, and he winces as if he was hoping that what he heard didn't really happen. He looks away, and I immediately cover myself, embarrassed that he heard everything. He looks back at Miles, and his eyes are an equal mixture of anger and disappointment. "How long?" "Don't answer that, Miles," I say. I just want him to leave. Corbin has no right to be questioning him like this. It's ridiculous. "A while," Miles says shamefully. Corbin nods slowly, letting it sink in. "Do you love her?" Miles and I look at each other. He looks back at Corbin as if he's trying to decide which one of us he wants his answer to please. I'm positive the slow shake of his head pleases neither of us. "Are you at least planning to?" Corbin asks. I continue to study Miles as if someone is asking him what the meaning of life is. I think I want his answer to Corbin's question more than Corbin does. Miles exhales and shakes his head again. "No," he whispers. No. He's not even planning to love me. I knew his answer. I expected it. However, it still hurts like hell. The fact that he can't even lie about it to save himself from disappointing Corbin proves that this isn't some game he's playing. This is Miles. Miles isn't capable of love. Not anymore, anyway. Corbin grips the frame of his door and presses his forehead against his arm, inhaling a slow, steady breath. He looks back up at Miles with eyes like arrows aimed at a target. In all my life, I've never seen Corbin this angry. "You just fucked my sister?" I'm waiting for Miles to fall backward with the impact of Corbin's words, but he takes a step toward him instead. "Corbin, she's a grown woman." Corbin takes a quick step toward Miles. "Get out." Miles glances back at me, and his eyes are apologetic and full of regret. I'm not sure if it's for me or for Corbin, but he does what Corbin asks. He leaves. I'm still standing in my bedroom doorway, looking at Corbin like I could fly across this hall and deck him. Corbin pierces me with a stare as firm as his stance. "You're not a brother, Tate," he says. "Don't you dare tell me I'm not allowed to be pissed." He steps back into his bedroom and slams his door. I blink rapidly, fighting back tears of anger because of Corbin, tears of hurt because of Miles, and tears of shame because of the selfish choices I made for myself. I refuse to cry in front of either of them. I walk to the kitchen and retrieve my shirt, then pull it over my head as I make my way toward the front door and across the hall. I knock on his door and Miles opens it immediately. He looks behind me as if he expects Corbin to be standing there, then he steps aside and lets me in. "He'll get over it," I say to him after he closes his door. "I know," he says quietly, "but it won't be the same." Miles walks to his living room and sits on his couch, so I follow him and sit down beside him. I don't have any words of advice because he's right. Things more than likely won't be the same between him and Corbin. I feel shitty that I'm the reason for that. Miles sighs as he pulls my hand to his lap. He threads his fingers through mine.
Tate,
he says.
I'm sorry.
I look at him, and his eyes come up and meet mine. For what? I don't know why I'm pretending not to know what he's talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about.
When Corbin asked if I planned on loving you, he says, I'm sorry I couldn't say yes. I just didn't want to lie to either of you.
I shake my head. You've been nothing but honest about what you want from me, Miles. I can't be mad at you for that. He inhales a deep breath as he stands and begins pacing the living room. I remain on the couch and watch him as he works to gather his thoughts. He eventually pauses and locks his hands behind his head.
I had no right to question you about that guy either. I don't allow you to question me or my life, so I have no right to question yours.
Not about to argue with that logic.
I just don't know how to deal with this thing between us.
He steps closer to me and I stand up. He wraps his arms around my shoulders and holds me against his chest.
I don't know an easy or even polite way to say this, but what I said to Corbin is the truth. I'll never love anyone again. It's not worth it to me. But I'm being unfair to you. I know I'm messing with your head, and I know I've hurt you, and I'm sorry for that. I just like being with you. But every time I'm with you, I'm scared you're seeing it for more than it really is.
I know I should have some sort of reaction to everything he just said, but I'm still processing his words. Every single one of his admissions should be a red flag, since they were all also coupled with the hard truth that he doesn't plan on loving me or having a relationship with me. But the red flag doesn't rise. The green one does. Is it me specifically you don't want to love, or is it love in general you don't want to experience? He pulls me away from his chest so he can look at me while he answers my question.
It's love in general I don't want, Tate. Ever. It's you specifically that I just want.
I fall in and out and back in love with that answer. I'm so screwed up. Everything he says should send me running, but instead it makes me want to wrap my arms around him and give him whatever it is he's willing to take from me. I'm lying to him, and I'm lying to myself, and I'm not doing either of us any good. But I can't stop the words that come out of my mouth. I can handle this as long as it stays simple, I tell him. When you pull the shit you pulled a few weeks ago by walking away and slamming your door, that's not keeping it simple, Miles. Things like that make it complicated. He nods, contemplating what I've said.
Simple,
he says, rolling the word around in his mouth.
If you can do simple, I can do simple.
Good, I say. And when it becomes too hard for either of us, we'll end it for good.
I'm not worried about it becoming too hard for me, he says. I'm worried about it becoming too hard for you.
I'm worried about me too, Miles. But I want the here and now with you a whole lot more than I care about how it will affect me in the end. With that thought, I suddenly figure out what my one rule is. He's had his boundaries this entire time, protecting himself from the vulnerability that I've been subjected to. I think I finally have my one rule, I say. He looks at me and raises a brow, waiting for me to talk. Don't give me false hope for a future, I say. Especially if you know in your heart we'll never have one. His posture immediately stiffens.
Have I done that? He asks, genuinely concerned. Have I given you false hope before?
Yes, about 30 minutes ago when you looked me in the eyes the entire time you were inside me. No, I say quickly. Just make sure you don't do or say things that would make me believe otherwise. As long as we both see this for what it is, I think we'll be fine. He stares at me silently for a while, studying me, evaluating my words.
I can't tell if you're really mature for your age or really delusional.
I shrug, guarding my delusions deep inside my chest. An unhealthy mixture of both, I'm sure. He presses his lips against the side of my head. This feels really fucked up to say out loud, but I promise I won't give you hope for us, Tate. My heart frowns at his words, but my face forces a smile. Good, I say. You have serious issues that kind of freak me out, and I'd much rather fall in love with an emotionally stable man someday. He laughs. Probably because he knows the odds of finding someone who can put up with this kind of relationship, if you can even call it that, are extremely low. Yet, somehow, the one girl who might be fine with it just happened to move in across the hall from him. And he actually likes her. You like me, Miles Archer. Corbin found out, I say, as I take what has become my usual seat next to Cap. Uh-oh, he says. Is the boy still alive? I nod. For now, not sure how long that'll last, though. The doors to the lobby open, and I watch Dylan make his way inside. He pulls a hat off his head and shakes rain out of it as he walks toward the elevator. Sometimes I wish the flights I send up would crash, Cap says, eyeing Dylan. I guess Cap doesn't like Dylan either. I'm beginning to feel a little bad for Dylan. He spots us just before he reaches the elevators. Cap is moving to press the up button, but Dylan reaches it before him. I'm pretty capable of fetching my own elevator, old man, he says. I vaguely remember having a brief thought 10 seconds ago about Dylan and how I felt sorry for him. I take that thought back now. Dylan looks at me and winks. What you doing, Tate? Washing elephants, I say with a straight face. Dylan shoots me a confused look, not at all understanding my random response. If you don't want a sarcastic answer, Cap says to him, don't ask a stupid question. The elevator doors open, and Dylan rolls his eyes at both of us before walking onto the elevator. Cap cuts his eyes to mine, and he grins. He holds a palm up in the air, and I high-five him.
Chapter 24. Miles. 6 years earlier. Why is everything yellow? My dad is standing in the doorway to Rachel's bedroom, looking at the few items we've collected in the months since he's known about the pregnancy. It looks like Big Bird threw up in here. Rachel laughs. She's standing at the bathroom mirror putting the finishing touches on her makeup. I've been lying on her bed watching her. We don't want to know if it's a boy or a girl, so we're buying gender-neutral colors. Rachel answers my dad's question as if it were one of many, but we both know it's the first. He hasn't asked about the pregnancy. He doesn't ask about our plans. He usually leaves the room if Rachel and I are both in it. Lisa isn't much different. She's not past the point of disappointment or sadness yet, so we don't push it. It'll take time, so Rachel and I are giving that to them. Right now, Rachel only has me to talk to about the baby, and I only have her, and even though that seems like too little, it's more than enough for the both of us. How long will the ceremony last? My dad asks me. No more than 2 hours, I tell him. He says we should go. I tell him that as soon as Rachel is ready, we can go. Rachel says she's ready. We go. Congratulations, I tell Rachel. Congratulations, she tells me. We both graduated 3 hours ago. Now we're lying on my bed thinking about our next step, or at least I am, anyway. Let's move in together, I tell her. She laughs. We already kind of live together, Miles, she points out. I shake my head. You know what I mean. I know we already have plans for after we start college in August, but I think we should do it now. She rises up on her elbow and looks at me, probably trying to read my expression to see if I'm serious. How? Where would we go? I reach over to my nightstand and open the top drawer. I pull out the letter and hand it to her. She begins reading it out loud. Dear Mr. Archer. She looks up at me, and her eyes are wide. Congratulations on your summer registration. We are pleased to inform you that your application for family housing has been processed and approved. Rachel smiles. Enclosed, you will find a return envelope and the final paperwork, which will need to be returned by the postmarked date. Rachel looks at the envelope and quickly flips through the attached paperwork. She pulls the letter back to the top. We look forward to receiving the completed forms. Our contact information is below should you have any questions. Sincerely, Paige Donahue, Registrar. Rachel covers her smile with her hand and tosses the letter aside, then leans forward and hugs me. We get to move now, she says. I love how evident the excitement is in her voice. I tell her yes. Rachel is relieved. She knows as well as I do how awkward the next several weeks would have been in the same house as our parents. Have you asked your father yet? I tell her she forgets that we're adults now. We no longer have to ask for permission. We only have to inform. Rachel says she wants to inform them right now. I take Rachel's hand and we walk together to the living room and inform our parents that we are moving out together.
Chapter 25. Tate. It's been a few weeks since Corbin found out. He hasn't accepted it, and he still hasn't spoken to Miles, but he's beginning to adapt. He knows on the nights I leave without explanation, only to come back a few hours later, where I've been. He doesn't ask. As far as things with Miles, I'm the one doing the adapting. I've had to adapt to his rules because there's no way Miles is adapting to breaking them. I've learned to stop trying to figure him out and to stop allowing things to get so tense between us. We're doing exactly what we agreed to do in the beginning, which was to have sex. A lot of sex. Shower sex, bedroom sex, floor sex, kitchen table sex. I've still never spent the night with him, and it still hurts sometimes how closed off he becomes right after it's over. But I still haven't figured out a way to say no to him. I know I want so much more than what he's giving me, and he wants so much less than what I want to give him. But we're both just taking what we can get for now. I try not to think about what will happen the day I can't handle it anymore. I try not to think about all the other things I'm sacrificing by still being involved with him. I try not to think about it at all, but the thoughts still come. Every night when I'm in bed, I think about it. Every time I'm in the shower, I think about it. When I'm in class, in the living room, in the kitchen, at work, I think about what's going to happen when one of us finally comes to our senses. Is Tate a nickname for something else? Miles asks me. We're in his bed. He just got home from 4 days at work, and even though our arrangement is supposed to be all about sex, we're still fully dressed. We're not making out. He's just lying with me, asking me personal questions about my name, and I love it so much more than any other day we've ever spent together. It's the first time he's ever asked me a semi-personal question. I hate that his question fills me with all these feelings of hope, and all he did was ask me if Tate was a nickname. Tate is my middle name, I say. It was my grandmother's maiden name. What's your first name? Elizabeth. Elizabeth Tate Collins, he says, making love to my name with his voice. My name has never sounded as beautiful as it did just now coming out of his mouth. That's almost twice as many syllables as my name, he says. That's a lot of syllables. What's your middle name? Mikkel, he says. People always mispronounce it and say Michael, though. Gets annoying. Miles Mikkel Archer, I say. That's a strong name. Miles rises onto his elbow and looks down at me with a peaceful expression. He brushes my hair behind my ear as his eyes roam over my face. Anything interesting happened this week while I was working, Elizabeth Tate Collins? There's a playfulness in his voice, one that I'm not familiar with, but I like it. I like it a lot. Not really, Miles Mikkel Archer, I say, smiling. I worked a lot of overtime. Do you still like your job? His fingers are touching my face, sliding across my lips, trailing down my neck. I do like it, I say. Do you like being a captain? I just throw versions of his own questions back at him. I figure it's safe that way because I know he'll only give what he's willing to take. Miles follows his hand with his eyes as he unbuttons the top button of my shirt. I love my job, Tate. His fingers work on the second button of my shirt. I just don't like being gone so much, especially knowing you're right across the hall from where I live. It makes me want to be home all the time. I try to contain it, but I can't. His words make me gasp, even though it was probably the quietest gasp to ever pass anyone's lips. But he notices. His eyes meet mine in a flash, and I can see him wanting to backpedal. He wants to take back what he just said, because there was hope in those words. Miles doesn't say things like that. I know he's about to apologize. He's going to remind me that he can't love me, that he didn't mean to give me that inkling of false hope. Don't take it back, Miles. Please, let me keep that. Our eyes remain locked for several long seconds. I continue to stare up at him, waiting for the take-back. His fingers are still on the second button of my shirt, but they're not attempting to unbutton it anymore. He focuses on my mouth, then back to my eyes again, then back to my mouth. Tate, he whispers. He says my name so softly I'm not even sure if his mouth moves. I don't have time to respond. His hand leaves the button of my shirt and slides through my hair at the same moment as his lips connect fiercely with mine. He slides his body on top of me, and his kiss instantly becomes intense, deep, dominating. His kiss is full of something that's never been there before, full of feeling, full of hope. Until this moment, I thought a kiss was a kiss was a kiss. I had no idea kisses could mean different things and feel so completely opposite from one another. In the past, I've always felt passion and desire and lust. But this time, it's different. This kiss is a different Miles, and I know in my heart that it's the real Miles, the Miles he used to be. The Miles I'm not allowed to ask about. He rolls off of me when he's finished. I stare up at the ceiling. My head is full of so many questions. My heart is full of confusion. This thing between us has never been easy. One would think limiting oneself to just sex would be the simplest thing in the world. But it makes me question every move and every word that comes out of my mouth. I find myself analyzing every look he gives me. I don't even know what move I'm supposed to make next. Do I lie here until he asks me to leave? I've never stayed the night with him before. Do I roll over and put my arms around him, hoping he'll hold me in return until we fall asleep? I'm too scared he'll reject me. I'm stupid. I'm a stupid, stupid girl. Why can't this just be sex for me too? Why can't I come over here, give him what he wants, get what I want, and leave? I roll onto my side and slowly sit up. I reach down for my clothes, then stand up and dress myself. He's watching me. He's quiet. I avoid looking at him until I'm fully dressed and slipping on my shoes. As much as I want to crawl back into the bed with him, I walk toward the door instead. I don't turn around to face him when I say, "See you tomorrow, Miles." I make it all the way to his front door. He doesn't speak. He doesn't tell me he'll see me tomorrow, and he doesn't tell me goodbye. I'm hoping his silence is proof that he doesn't like how it feels to be walked away from. I open the door and walk across the hall and into my apartment. Corbin is seated on the couch watching TV. He glances up at the door when he hears me enter, then shoots me a condescending look of disapproval. "Lighten up," I say as I make my way inside. I slip off my shoes by the door. "You have to get over this eventually." I see him shake his head, but I ignore it and walk toward my bedroom. "He was screwing you behind my back and lying to me," Corbin says. "That's not something I'll get over." I face the living room again and see that Corbin is looking at me. "Did you expect him to be open with you about it? My God, Corbin, you kicked Dylan out of your apartment for looking at me the wrong way. Corbin stands up, angry now. "Exactly," he shouts. "I thought Miles was protecting you from Dylan, when in reality he was laying claim. He's a goddamn hypocrite, and I'll be pissed at him for as long as I want to be pissed at him, so you get over it." I laugh, because Corbin has no right to point fingers. "What's funny, Tate?" he snaps. I walk back to the living room and stand directly in front of him. Miles has been nothing but honest with me about what he wants. He hasn't once fed me a line of bullshit. I'm the only girl he's been with in 6 years, and you're going to call him a hypocrite? I don't even try to keep my voice down anymore. You might want to look in the mirror, Corbin. How many girls have you been with since I've moved in here? How many of them do you think have brothers who would love to kick your ass if they found out about you? If anyone's the hypocrite here, it's you. His hands are on his hips, and he's watching me with a hardened look in his eyes. When he fails to respond, I turn to walk back toward my room, but the front door opens with a knock. Miles. Corbin and I both turn just as he peeks his head inside. "Everything good over here?" he asks, stepping into the living room. I glance at Corbin, and Corbin glares at me. I arch an eyebrow, waiting for him to respond to the question Miles posed, since he's the one with the issue. "You okay, Tate?" Miles asks, addressing only me now. I look back over at him and nod. "I'm fine," I say. I'm not the one with unrealistic expectations of my sibling. Corbin groans loudly, then turns around and kicks the couch. Miles and I watch him as he slides his hands through his hair and grips the back of his neck tightly. He turns to face Miles again, then exhales heavily. "Why couldn't you have just been gay?" Miles looks at him with careful concentration. I'm waiting for either of them to have a reaction, so I'll know whether or not I can breathe. Miles begins to shake his head as soon as a smile appears on his face. Corbin starts to laugh, but he groans at the same time, indicating that he just came to terms with our arrangement, even though he still may not agree with it. I smile and walk quietly out of the apartment, hoping they're about to mend whatever was broken between them when I stepped into the picture. The elevator doors open on the lobby level, and I'm prepared to step off, but Cap is poised in front of them as if he's about to step on. "You coming for me?" he asks. I nod and point upward. Corbin and Miles are working things out upstairs. I was giving them a minute. Cap steps into the elevator and presses the button for the 20th floor. "Well, I suppose you can walk me home," he says. He grabs the bars behind him for support. I stand next to him and lean against the wall behind me. "Can I ask you a question, Cap?" He gives me the all clear with a nod. "I love being asked them as much as I love asking them." I look down at my shoes, crossing one foot over the other. What do you think would make a man never want to experience love again? Cap doesn't answer my question for at least 5 floors. I eventually look at him, and he's looking right at me, his eyes narrowed, producing even more wrinkles between them. "I suppose if a man lived through the ugliest side of love, he might never want to experience it again." I contemplate his answer, but it doesn't help much. I don't see how love could get ugly enough for a person to just shut himself off from it completely. The elevator doors open to the 20th floor, and I let him step off first. I walk with him to his apartment door and wait for him to open it. "Tate," he says. He's facing his door, and he doesn't turn around to finish his sentence. "Sometimes a man's spirit just ain't strong enough to withstand the ghosts from his past." He opens his apartment door and walks inside. "Maybe that boy just lost his spirit somewhere along the way." He closes his door and leaves me attempting to decipher even more confusion.
Chapter 26. Miles. 6 years earlier. My room is Rachel's now. Rachel's room is my room. We graduated. We moved in together. We're in college now. See? We've got this. Ian brings in the last of the boxes from the car. Where do you want this one? He asks. What is it? Rachel asks him. He tells her it looks like a box full of her bras and underwear. She laughs and tells him to set it next to my dresser. Ian does. Ian likes Rachel. Ian likes that she's not holding me back. Ian likes that she wants me to get my degree and finish flight school. Rachel wants me to be happy. I tell Rachel I'll be happy as long as I have her. She tells me, then you'll always be happy. My dad still hates me. My dad doesn't want to hate me. They're trying to accept it, but it's hard. It's hard for everyone. Rachel doesn't care what everyone thinks. She only cares what I think, and I only think about Rachel. I'm learning that no matter how difficult a situation is, people learn how to adapt to it. My dad and her mom may not approve, but they'll adapt. Rachel may not be ready to be a mom, and I may not be ready to be a dad, but we're adapting. It's what has to happen. If people want peace within themselves, it's necessary. Vital, even. Miles. I love my name when it comes out of her mouth. She doesn't waste it. She only says it when she needs something. She only says it when it needs to be said. Miles. She said it twice. She must really need something. I roll over and she's sitting up in bed. She looks at me wide-eyed. Miles. 3 times. Miles. 4. It hurts. Shit. I jump out of bed and grab our bag. I help Rachel change clothes. I help her to the car. She's scared. I might be more scared than she is. I hold her hand while we drive. I tell her to breathe. I don't know why I tell her this. Of course, she knows to breathe. I don't know what else to tell her. I feel helpless. Maybe she wants her mom. Do you want me to call them? She shakes her head. Not yet, she says, after. She just wants it to be us. I like this. I just want it to be us, too. A nurse helps her out of the car. They take us to a room. I get Rachel whatever she needs. Do you need ice? I get it for her. Do you want a cold rag? I get it for her. Do you want me to turn off the TV? I turn it off. Do you want another blanket, Rachel? You look cold. I don't get her a blanket. She's not cold. Do you want more ice? She doesn't want more ice. She wants me to shut up. I shut up. Give me your hand, Miles. I give it to her. I want it back. She's hurting it. I let her keep it anyway. She's quiet. She never makes a sound. She just breathes. It's incredible. I'm crying. I don't know why. I love you so goddamn much, Rachel. The doctor tells her she's almost done. I kiss her on the forehead. It happens. I'm a dad. She's a mom. It's a boy, the doctor says. She's holding him. She's holding my heart. He stops crying. He tries to open his eyes. Rachel cries. Rachel laughs. Rachel tells me thank you. Rachel tells me thank you, like she wasn't the one who created this. Rachel is crazy. I love him so much, Miles, she says. She's still crying. I love him so, so much. I love him too, I tell her. I touch him. I want to hold him, but I want her to hold him even more. She looks beautiful holding him. Rachel looks up at me. Will you please tell me his name now? I was hoping he would be a boy so I could have this moment. I was hoping I could tell her what her son's name is because I know she'll love it. I hope she remembers the moment she became my everything. Miles is going to show you the way to Mr. Clayton's class, Rachel. His name is Clayton. She begins to sob. She remembers. It's perfect, she says, her words mixed with tears. She's crying too hard now. She wants me to hold him. I sit on the bed with her and take him. I'm holding him. I'm holding my son. Rachel rests her head on my arm and we stare at him. We stare at him for so long. I tell Rachel he has her red hair. Rachel says he has my lips. I tell Rachel I hope he has her personality. She disagrees and says she hopes he's just like me. He makes life so much better, she says. He sure does. We're so lucky, Miles. We sure are. Rachel squeezes my hand. We've got this, Rachel whispers. We've so got this, I tell her. Clayton yawns and it makes us both laugh. Since when did yawns become so incredible? I touch his fingers. We love you so much, Clayton.
Chapter 27. Tate. I dropped down into the chair beside Cap, still dressed from head to toe in my scrubs. As soon as I got home from work, I studied for 2 hours straight. It's already after 10 and I haven't even had supper yet, which is why I'm sitting next to Cap right now, because he's getting to know my habits and had a pizza ordered for the two of us. I hand him a slice and grab my own, then shut the lid and set it on the floor in front of me. I shove a huge bite into my mouth, but Cap is staring down at the slice in his hand. It's really sad when pizza can make it to you faster than the police, he says. I just ordered this 10 minutes ago. He takes a bite and closes his eyes like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. We both finish our slices and I reach for another one. He shakes his head when I offer him a second slice, so I put it back in the box. So, he says, any progress between the boy and his friend? It makes me laugh that he constantly refers to Miles as the boy. I nod and respond with a mouthful. Kind of, I say. They had a successful game night, but I think it was only successful because Miles pretended I wasn't there the whole time. I know he's trying to respect Corbin, but it kind of makes me feel like shit in the process, you know? Cap nods like he understands. I'm not sure that he does, but I like that he always listens so attentively anyway. Of course, he texted me the entire time he was in the living room sitting next to Corbin, so I guess I have that. But then there are weeks like this week, when he's not even in the same state, and it's like I don't even exist to him. No texts, no phone calls. I'm pretty sure he only thinks about me when I'm within 10 feet of him. Cap shakes his head. I doubt that. I bet that boy thinks about you a lot more than he lets on. I'd like to believe those words to be true, but I'm not so sure they are. But if he doesn't, Cap says, you can't be mad at him for it. Wasn't part of the agreement now, was it? I roll my eyes. I hate that he always brings me back to the fact that Miles isn't the one breaking rules or agreements. I'm the one with the problems in our arrangement, and that's no one's fault but my own. How did I get myself into this mess, I ask, not even needing an answer. I know how I got myself into this mess. I also know how to get out of it. I just don't want to. You ever heard that expression, when life gives you lemons? Make lemonade, I say, finishing his quote. Cap looks at me and shakes his head. That's not how it goes, he says. When life gives you lemons, make sure you know whose eyes you need to squeeze them in. I laugh, grab another slice of pizza, and wonder how in the hell I ended up with an 80-year-old man as my best friend. Corbin's home phone never rings, especially after midnight. I throw the covers off and grab a t-shirt, then pull it over my head. I don't know why I bother getting dressed. Corbin's gone and Miles isn't due back until tomorrow. I make it to the kitchen on the 5th ring, right as the answering machine picks up. I cancel the message, then put the phone to my ear. Hello? Tate, my mother says. Oh my God, Tate. Her voice is panicked, which immediately causes me to panic. What is it? A plane. A plane crashed about half an hour ago, and I can't get through to the airline. Have you talked to your brother? My knees meet the floor. Are you sure it was his airline? I ask her. My voice sounds so terrified. I don't even recognize it. It sounds as terrified as hers did the last time this happened. I was only 6, but I remember every single detail as if it happened yesterday, down to the moon and stars pajamas I was wearing. My father was on a domestic flight, and we had turned on the news right after dinner and saw that one of the planes had gone down due to engine failure. Everyone on board was killed. I remember watching my mother on the phone with the airline, hysterical, trying to find out information on who the pilot was. We found out it wasn't him within the hour, but that hour was one of the scariest of our lives. Until now. I rush to my room and grab my cell phone off my nightstand and immediately dial his number. "Have you tried calling him?" I ask my mother as I make my way back to the living room. I try to make it to the couch, but for some reason the floor seems more comforting. I kneel down again, almost as if I'm in prayer mode. I guess I am. "Yes, I've been calling his phone non-stop. It's just going to voicemail." It's a stupid question. Of course she's tried calling him. I try again anyway, but his phone goes directly to voicemail. I try to reassure her, but I know it's pointless. Until we hear his voice, reassurance won't help. "I'll call the airline," I tell her. "I'll call you back if I hear anything." She doesn't even say goodbye. I use the home phone to call the airline and my cell phone to call Miles. It's the first time I've ever dialed his number. I pray that he answers because as much as I'm scared to death for Corbin, it's also running through my head that Miles works for the same airline. My stomach is sick. "Hello?" Miles says on the second ring. His voice sounds hesitant, like he's unsure why I'm calling. "Miles," I say, both frantic and relieved. "Is he okay? Is Corbin okay?" There's a pause. Why is there a pause? "What do you mean?" "A plane," I say immediately. "My mom called. There was a plane crash. He's not answering his phone." "Where are you?" he says quickly. "The apartment." "Let me in." I walk to the door and unlock it. He pushes the door open and still has the phone to his ear. When he sees me, he pulls the phone away, immediately rushes to the couch, grabs the remote, and turns on the television. He flips through the channels until he finds the TV news report. He dials numbers on his cell phone, then turns and rushes toward me. He takes my hand in his. "Come here," he says, pulling me to him. "I'm sure he's fine." I nod against his chest, but his reassurance is pointless. "Gary?" he says when someone answers on the other end. "It's Miles. Yeah, I heard," he says. "Who was the crew?" There's a long pause. I'm terrified to look at him. Terrified. "Thank you." He hangs up the phone. "He's okay, Tate," he says immediately. "Corbin's fine. Ian too." I break down into tears of relief. Miles walks me to the couch and sits down, then pulls me to him. He takes my cell phone out of my hands and presses several buttons before putting the phone to his ear. "Hey, it's Miles. Corbin is fine." He pauses for a few seconds. "Yeah, she's fine. I'll tell her to call you in the morning." A few more seconds pass and he says goodbye. He sets the phone on the couch beside him. "Your mom." I nod. I already knew. And that simple gesture, him calling my mother, just made me fall for him even harder. Now he's kissing the top of my head, rubbing his hand up and down my arm reassuringly. "Thank you, Miles," I tell him. He doesn't say you're welcome, because he doesn't think he did anything that deserves thanking. "Did you know them?" I ask. "The crew on board?" "No. They were out of a different hub. The names didn't sound familiar." My phone vibrates, so Miles hands it back to me. I look at it, and it's a text from Corbin. "Corbin, in case you've heard about the plane, just want you to know I'm fine. I called headquarters, and Miles is too. Please let Mom know if she hears about it. Love you." Receiving his text fills me with even more relief now that I know with 100% certainty that he's okay. "It's a text from Corbin," I tell Miles. "He says you're okay, in case you were worried." Miles laughs. "So he checked up on me," he says with a grin. "I knew he couldn't hate me forever." I smile. I love that Corbin wanted me to know that Miles was okay. Miles continues to hold me, and I savor every second of it. When is he scheduled to come home? Not for 2 more days, I say. How long have you been home? About 2 minutes, he says. I had just plugged my phone in to charge when you called. I'm glad you're back. He doesn't respond. He doesn't tell me he's glad to be back. Instead of saying something that might give me false hope, he just kisses me. You know, he says, pulling me onto his lap, I hate the circumstances surrounding the reason you probably didn't have time to put on pants, but I love that you don't have on pants. His hands slide up my thighs, and he pulls me closer until we're flush together. He kisses the tip of my nose, then kisses my chin. Miles. I run my hands through his hair and down his neck, then pause with them on his shoulders. I was also scared it could have been you, I whisper. That's why I'm glad you're back. His eyes grow soft and the worry lines between them disappear. I may not know anything about his past or his life, but I definitely notice that he hasn't called anyone to let them know he's okay. That makes me sad for him. His eyes fall away from mine and land on my chest. He fingers the bottom edges of my shirt, then slowly pulls it over my head. I have nothing but a pair of panties on now. He leans forward, wraps his arms around my back, and pulls me against his mouth. His lips close softly over my nipple, and my eyes shut involuntarily. Chills erupt over my skin as his hands begin to explore every bare part of my back and my thighs. His mouth works its way to my other breast, just as his hands slip inside my panties at my hips. I think I have to rip these off you, because I sure don't want you to move off my lap, he says. I smile. Fine with me. I have more where these came from. I can feel him grin against my skin as his hands pull at the elastic band of my underwear. He pulls on one side but fails to tear them. He tries ripping the other side to pull them off me, but nothing gives. You're giving me a wedgie, I say, laughing. He lets out a frustrated sigh. It's always so much sexier when they do this on TV. I readjust myself and sit up straighter. Try it again, I encourage. You can do it, Miles. He grabs the left side of my panties and yanks them hard. Ouch, I yell, scooting in the direction of his pull to lessen the pain of the elastic digging into my right side. He laughs again and drops his face to my neck. Sorry, he says. Got any scissors? I cringe at the thought of him coming at me with a pair of scissors. I scoot off of him and stand up, then pull my underwear down, kicking them off and away from me. Watching you do that was totally worth my failed attempt at being sexy, he says. I smile. Your failed attempt at being sexy actually made you sexy. My comment makes him laugh again. I walk toward him and climb back onto his lap. He repositions me so that I'm straddling him again. My failures are a turn-on for you? He asks teasingly. Oh, yeah, I murmur. So hot. His hands are on me again, roaming across my back and down my arms. You would have loved me from the ages of 13 to 16, he says. I failed at pretty much everything, especially football. I grin. Now we're talking. Tell me more. Baseball, he says, right before he presses his mouth to my neck. He kisses his way up to my ear. And 1 semester of world geography. Holy shit, I moan. Now that's hot. He moves his lips to my mouth and pulls me in for a soft kiss. He barely touches his mouth to mine. I failed at kissing, too. Terribly. I almost choked a girl with my tongue once. I laugh. Want me to show you? As soon as I nod, he's repositioning us on the couch until I'm lying on my back and he's on top of me. Open your mouth. I open it. He drops his mouth to mine and shoves his tongue inside, giving me what is quite possibly the worst kiss I've ever experienced. I push against his chest, attempting to get his tongue out of my mouth, but he doesn't budge. I turn my face to the left, and he begins licking my cheek, causing me to laugh even harder. Oh my God, that was terrible, Miles. He pulls his mouth away and lowers himself on top of me. I got better. I nod. That's a fact, I say, agreeing wholeheartedly. We're both smiling. The relaxed look on his face fills me with so many emotions I can't even begin to classify them. I'm happy because we're having fun together. I'm sad because we're having fun together. I'm angry because we're having fun together, and it makes me want so much more of this, so much more of him. We quietly stare at each other until he slowly dips his head, pressing a long kiss against my lips. He begins placing soft kisses all over my mouth until the kisses become longer and more intense. His tongue eventually parts my lips and the playfulness disappears. It's quite serious now, as our kisses grow more hurried and his clothes begin to join mine on the floor, piece by piece. "The couch or your bed?" he whispers. "Both," I reply. He obliges. I fell asleep in my bed, next to Miles. Neither of us has ever fallen asleep afterward before. One of us always leaves. As much as I'm trying to convince myself that it means nothing, I know it does. Every time we're together, I get a little bit more of him. Whether it's a glimpse of his past, or time spent without the sex, or even time spent sleeping, he's giving me more and more of himself, little by little. I feel like this is both good and bad. It's good because I want and need so much more of him, so every little bit I get is enough to satisfy me when I begin worrying about everything I don't get from him. But it's also bad, because every time I get a little bit more of him, another part of him grows more distant. I can see it in his eyes. He's worried he's giving me hope, and I'm afraid he'll eventually just pull away completely. Everything with Miles will come crashing down. It's inevitable. He's so adamant about the things he doesn't want out of life, and I'm starting to understand just how serious he is. So as much as I try to protect my heart from him, it's pointless. He's going to break it eventually, yet I continue to allow him to fill it. Every time I'm with him, he fills my heart up more and more, and the more it's filled with pieces of him, the more painful it'll be when he rips it out of my chest as though it never belonged there in the first place. I hear the vibration of his phone and feel him roll over and reach for it on the nightstand next to him. He thinks I'm asleep, so I don't give him reason to think otherwise. "Hey," he whispers. There's a long pause, and I start to panic internally, wondering who he's talking to. "Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have called you. I figured you'd be asleep." My heart is in my throat now, crawling its way up, trying to escape from Miles and me and this entire situation. My heart knows by my reaction to this phone call that it's in trouble. My heart has just gone into fight or flight mode, and right now it's doing everything it can to run. I don't blame my heart one bit. "Love you too, Dad." My heart slides back down my throat and finds its normal home in my chest again. It's happy for now. I'm happy. Happy that he actually does have someone to call. In the same moment, I'm also reminded of how little I know about him, how little he shows me, how much he hides himself from me so that when I finally break, it won't be his fault. It won't be a quick break either. It'll be slow and painful, filled with so many moments like these that tear me up from the inside out. Moments when he thinks I'm asleep and he slides out of my bed. Moments when I keep my eyes closed but listen as he puts on his clothes. Moments when I make sure my breathing remains regular in case he's watching me when he leans over to kiss me on the forehead. Moments when he leaves. Because he always leaves.
Chapter 28. Miles. 6 years earlier. "What if he turns out to be gay?" Rachel asks me. "Would that bother you?" She's holding Clayton, and we're both sitting on the hospital bed. I'm on the foot of the bed facing her, watching her stare at him. She keeps asking me random questions, playing devil's advocate again. She says we need to work these things out now so we don't run into any parenting issues in the future. It would only bother me if he felt like he couldn't talk to us about it. I want him to know he can talk to us about anything. Rachel smiles at Clayton, but I know her smile is for me, because she loved my answer. What if he doesn't believe in God? She asks. He can believe whatever he wants. I just want his beliefs, or lack thereof, to make him happy. She smiles again. What if he commits an awful, heinous, heartless crime and gets sent to prison for life? I would question where I went wrong as a father, I tell her. She looks up at me. Well, based on this interrogation, I'm convinced he'll never commit a crime because you're already the best dad I've ever known. Now she's making me smile. We both look at the door when it opens and a nurse walks in. She flashes a regretful smile. It's time, she says. Rachel groans, but I have no idea what the nurse is referring to. Rachel sees the confusion on my face. His circumcision. My stomach clenches. I know we discussed this during the pregnancy, but I'm suddenly having second thoughts knowing what he's about to go through. It's not so bad, the nurse says. We numb him first. She walks over to Rachel and begins to lift him from Rachel's arms, but I lean forward. Wait, I tell her, let me hold him first. The nurse backs up a step and Rachel hands Clayton to me. I pull him in front of me and look down on him. I'm so sorry, Clayton. I know it'll hurt and I know it's emasculating, but... He's a day old, Rachel interjects with a laugh. There's hardly anything that can emasculate him yet. I tell her to hush. I tell her I'm having a father-son moment and she needs to pretend she's not here. Don't worry, your mom left the room, I say to Clayton, giving Rachel a wink. I was saying, I know it's emasculating, but you'll thank me later for it, especially when you're older and you get involved with girls. Hopefully not until after you're 18, but it'll more than likely be around the age of 16. It was for me anyway. Rachel leans forward and holds her arms out for him. That's enough bonding, she says, laughing. I think we need to review the boundaries of father-son conversation while he's being emasculated. I give him a quick kiss on his forehead and hand him back to Rachel. She does the same and passes him on to the nurse. We both watch as the nurse leaves the room with him. I look back at Rachel and crawl toward her until I'm lying next to her on the bed. We have the place to ourselves, I whisper. Let's make out. She grimaces. I don't feel sexy right now, she says. My stomach is flabby and my boobs are engorged and I need a shower so bad, but it hurts too much to try to take one right now. I look down at her chest and pull at the collar on her hospital gown. I peer down her shirt and grin. How long do they stay like this? She laughs and pushes my hand away. Well, how does your mouth feel? I ask her. She looks at me like she doesn't understand my question, so I elaborate. I'm just wondering if your mouth hurts like the rest of you hurts, because if it doesn't, I want to kiss you. She grins. My mouth feels great. I rise up on my elbow so she doesn't have to roll toward me. I look down on her, and seeing her beneath me feels different now. It feels real. Until yesterday, it really did feel like we had been playing house. Of course, our love is real and our relationship is real, but until I witnessed her give life to my son yesterday, everything I felt before that moment was like child's play compared to what I feel for her now. I love you, Rachel, more than I loved you yesterday. Her eyes are looking up at me like she knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you love me more today than you loved me yesterday, then I can't wait for tomorrow, she says. My lips fall to hers and I kiss her. Not because I should, but because I need to. I'm standing outside Rachel's hospital room. She and Clayton are both in the room napping. The nurse said he hardly even cried. I'm sure she tells all the parents that, but I believe her anyway. I take out my phone to text Ian. Me. He got snipped a few hours ago. Took it like a champ. Ian. Ouch. I'm coming to meet him tonight. I'll be there after 7. Me. See you then. My father is walking toward me with 2 coffees in his hands, so I slide my phone into my back pocket. He hands me one of the coffees. He looks like you, he says. He's trying to accept it. Well, I look just like you, I say. Cheers to strong genes. I hold my coffee up and my dad bumps his against it, smiling. He's trying. He leans against the wall for support and looks down at his coffee. He wants to say something, but it's hard for him. What is it? I ask, giving him the opening he needs. He lifts his eyes from their focus on the coffee, and he meets my gaze. "I'm proud of you," he says with sincerity. It's a simple statement. 4 words. 4 of the most impactful words I've ever heard. Of course, it's not what I wanted for you. No one wants to see his son become a dad at the age of 18, but I'm proud of you for how you handled it, for how you've treated Rachel. He smiles. You made the best of a difficult situation, and that's honestly more than most adults would do. I smile. I tell him thank you. I think the conversation is over, but it's not. "Miles," he says, wanting to add more. "About Lisa and your mom?" I hold my hand up to stop him. I don't want to have this conversation today. I don't want this day to become his defense for what he did to my mother. "It's fine, Dad. We'll discuss it another time." He tells me no. He says he needs to discuss it with me now. He tells me it's important. I want to tell him it's not important. I want to tell him Clayton is important. I want to focus on Clayton and Rachel and forget all about the fact that my father is human and makes awful choices like the rest of us. But I don't say any of that. I listen. Because he's my father.
Chapter 29. Tate. Miles. What are you doing? Me. Homework. Miles. Feel like taking a swim break? Me. Question mark? It's February. Miles. The rooftop pool is heated. It doesn't close for another hour. I stare at the text, then immediately look up at Corbin. There's a rooftop pool here? Corbin nods his head but doesn't look away from the TV. Yep. I sit up straight. Are you kidding me? I've lived here this long and you fail to tell me there's a heated rooftop pool. He faces me now and shrugs. I hate pools. Ugh, I could slap him. Me. Corbin never mentioned there was a pool. Let me change and I'll head over there. Miles. Smiley face. I realize I forgot to knock as soon as I closed the door to his apartment. I always knock. I guess my mentioning in a text that I was coming over after I changed seemed good enough to me. But the way Miles is staring at me from the doorway of his bedroom makes me think he doesn't like the fact that I didn't knock. I pause in his living room and look at him, waiting to see what mood he's in today. You're in a bikini, he says pointedly. I look down at my attire. And shorts, I say defensively. I look back up at him. What are people supposed to wear when they swim in February? He's still standing frozen in his doorway, staring at my attire. I fold my towel across my arms and over my stomach. I suddenly feel extremely awkward and underdressed. He shakes his head and finally begins moving toward me. He's still staring at my bikini. I hope no one is up there, because if you're wearing that bikini, these swim shorts are going to be really embarrassing. He looks down at his shorts, at the obvious bulge in them. I laugh. So he actually likes the bikini. He takes another step forward and slides his hands around to the back of my shorts, then pulls me against him. I changed my mind, he says with a grin. I want to stay here. I immediately shake my head. I'm going swimming, I say. You can stay here if you want, but you'll be alone. He kisses me, then backs me toward his apartment door. Then I guess I'm going swimming, he says. Miles enters the passcode for rooftop access, then opens the door for me. I'm relieved to see that no one else is out here, and I am taken by how breathtakingly beautiful it is. It's an infinity pool overlooking the city, and it's lined with patio chairs all the way to the opposite end, where it's capped off with an attached hot tub. I can't believe neither of you thought to mention this before now, I say. All these months, and I've been missing out. Miles takes my towel and lays it on one of the tables surrounding the pool. He walks back over to me and drops his hands to the button on my shorts. This is actually the first time I've ever been out here. He unzips my shorts and pushes them over my hips. His lips are close to mine and his expression is playful. Come on, he whispers. Let's get wet. I kick off the shorts at the same time as he takes off his shirt. The air is incredibly cold, but the steam rising from the water is promising. I walk to the shallow end to descend the steps, but Miles dives headfirst into the deep end of the pool. I step in, and my feet are swallowed up in the warmth of the water, so I quickly step in the rest of the way. I make my way toward the middle of the pool and walk to the edge, then rest my arms on the concrete ledge, looking out over the city. Miles swims up behind me and cages me in by pressing his chest against my back and placing his hands on either side of the ledge. He rests his head against mine as we both take in the view. It's beautiful, I whisper. He's quiet. We watch the city in silence for what seems like forever. Every now and then he'll cup his hands and bring water up to my shoulders to warm my chills away. Have you always lived in San Francisco? I ask him. I turn so that my back is against the ledge now and I'm facing him. He keeps his arms on either side of me and nods. Close to it, he says, still looking at the city over my shoulder. I want to ask him where, but I don't. I can tell by his body language that he doesn't want to talk about himself. He never wants to talk about himself. Are you an only child? I ask, trying to see what I can get away with. Any brothers or sisters? He looks me in the eyes now. His lips are pressed into a firm, agitated line. What are you doing, Tate? He doesn't ask it in a rude way, but there's no other way his question can come across. Just making conversation, I say. My voice is soft and sounds offended. I can think of a lot more things I'd rather talk about than myself. But that's all I want to know about, Miles. I nod, understanding that although I'm technically not breaking his rules, I'm bending them. He doesn't feel comfortable with that. I turn around and face the ledge again. He's still in the same position, pressed against me, but it's different now. He's stiff, guarded, defensive. I don't know anything about him. I don't know a single thing about his family, and he's already met mine. I don't know a single thing about his past, but he's slept in my childhood bed. I don't know what subjects I bring up or what actions I take that will cause him to close off. But I've got nothing to hide from him. He sees me for exactly who I am. I don't see him at all. I quickly bring a hand up and wipe away a tear that somehow just escaped down my cheek. The absolute last thing I want is for him to see me cry. As much as I know I'm too far gone to continue treating this as casual sex, I'm also too far gone to stop it. I'm terrified to lose him for good, so I sell myself short and take what I can from him, even though I know I deserve better. Miles places a hand on my shoulder and turns me around to face him. When I choose to stare down at the water instead, he hooks a finger under my chin and makes me look up at him. I allow him to tilt my face up to his, but I don't make eye contact. I look up and to the right, attempting to blink back the tears. I'm sorry. I don't even know what he's apologizing for. I don't even know if he knows what he's apologizing for. But we both know my tears have everything to do with him, so he's more than likely just apologizing for that simple reason alone. Because he knows he's incapable of giving me what I want. He stops making me look at him and instead pulls me to his chest. I rest my ear against his heart, and he rests his chin on top of my head. Do you think we should stop? He asks quietly. His voice is fearful, like he's hoping my answer is no, yet he feels compelled to ask me anyway. No, I whisper. He sighs heavily. It sounds like it could be a sigh of relief, but I'm not sure. If I ask you something, will you be honest with me? I shrug, because there's no way I'm answering that with a yes until I hear his question first. Are you still doing this with me because you think I'll change my mind? Because you think there's a chance I'll fall in love with you? That's the only reason I'm still doing this, Miles. I don't say that out loud, though. I don't say anything. Because I can't. Tate, His voice fades away and he grows quiet. I analyze his words and the fact that he said I can't rather than I won't. I want to ask him why he can't. Is he scared? Is it because I'm not right for him? Is he afraid he'll break my heart? I don't ask him because none of his answers to these questions would reassure me. None of these scenarios is reason enough to absolutely deny a heart happiness. Which is why I don't question him, because I feel like maybe I'm not prepared for the truth. Maybe I'm underestimating whatever it was that happened in his past to make him this way, because something happened. Something I more than likely couldn't relate to even if I found out what it was. Something that stole the spirit right out of him, just like Cap said. His arms pull me in tighter, and the hold he has on me speaks volumes. It's more than an embrace, more than a hug. He's holding me like he's terrified I'd drown if he were to release me. "Tate," he whispers. "I know I'll regret saying this, but I want you to hear it." He pulls back just enough for his lips to meet my hair, then grips me tightly again. "If I were capable of loving someone, it would be you." My heart cracks with his words, and I feel the hope seep in and leak right back out again. But I'm not capable. So if it's too hard... "It's not," I interrupt, doing whatever I can to stop him from ending this. I somehow find it in me to look him in the eyes and tell the best lie I've ever told in my whole life. I like things exactly how they are. He knows I'm lying. I can see the doubt in his concerned eyes, but he nods anyway. I try to get his mind off of it before he sees right through me. I wrap my arms loosely around his neck, but his attention is pulled to the door, which is now opening. I turn, too, and see Cap slowly shuffling his way onto the rooftop deck. He walks toward the switch on the wall that turns off the jets to the hot tub. He flips it off and slowly turns back toward the door, but not before noticing us out of the corner of his eye. He turns and faces us full on, standing no more than 5 feet away. "That you, Tate?" he says, squinting. "It's me," I say, still in the same position with Miles. Cap says, taking us both in. "Anyone ever told the two of you that you make a pretty darn good-looking couple?" I wince, because I know this isn't the best moment for Miles to hear that, especially after the awkward conversation we just had. I also know what Cap is up to with that comment. "We'll shut the lights off when we leave, Cap," Miles says, ignoring Cap's question and redirecting the conversation. Cap narrows his eyes at him, shakes his head as though he's disappointed, and begins to turn back to the door. "It was a rhetorical question anyway," he mumbles. I see his hand go up to his forehead, and he salutes the air in front of him. "Good night, Tate," he says loudly. "Good night, Cap." Miles and I both watch until the door closes behind Cap. I pull my hands away from his neck and gently push against his chest until he steps back in order for me to make my way around him. I swim backward toward the other side of the pool. "Why are you always so rude to him?" I ask. Miles lowers himself in the water, parting his arms in front of him and kicking off the wall behind him. He swims toward me, and I watch as his eyes remain focused on mine. I swim backward until my back is against the opposite wall of the pool. He continues toward me, almost crashing into me, but he stops himself by gripping the ledge on both sides of my head, sending waves of water against my chest. "I'm not rude to him." His lips meet my neck, and he kisses it softly, trailing slowly upward until his mouth is close to my ear. "I just don't like answering questions." I think we've established that already. I pull my neck away a few inches in order to see his face. I try to focus on his eyes, but there are drops of water on his lips, and it's hard not to stare. He's an old man, though. You're not supposed to be rude to old people. And he's pretty damn funny if you just get to know him. Miles laughs a little. "You like him, huh?" He seems amused. I nod. "Yeah, I like him a lot. Sometimes I like him more than I like you." He laughs loudly this time and leans in again, planting a kiss on my cheek. His hand conforms to the nape of my neck and his eyes drop to my mouth. "I like that you like him," he says, bringing his eyes up to mine. I won't be rude to him again. Promise. I bite my lip so that he doesn't see how much I want to smile at the fact that he just made me a promise. It was a simple promise, but it still feels good. He slides his hand around to my jaw, and his thumb meets my lip. He pulls it away from my teeth. What did I tell you about hiding that smile? He takes my bottom lip between his teeth and bites it gently, then releases it. It feels as if the temperature in the pool just shot up 20 degrees. His mouth meets my throat, and he breathes out a heavy sigh against my skin. I tilt my head back and let it rest against the ledge of the pool as he kisses his way down my neck. I don't want to swim anymore, he says, sliding his lips from the base of my throat all the way up to my mouth again. Well, then, what do you want to do? I whisper weakly. You, he says without hesitation. In my shower. From behind. I swallow a huge gulp of air and feel it fall all the way to the pit of my stomach. Wow, that's very specific. And also in my bed, he whispers, with you on top, still soaking wet from the shower. I inhale sharply, and we both hear the tremble of my breath as I exhale. Okay, I try to say, but his mouth is on mine before the word is even all the way out. And once again, what should have been an eye-opening conversation for me is shoved aside to make room for the only thing he's willing to give me.
Chapter 30. Miles. 6 years earlier. We walk quietly to an empty waiting area. My father sits first, and I reluctantly sit across from him. I wait for his confession, but he doesn't know I don't need it. I know about his relationship with Lisa. I know how long it's been going on. Your mother and I. He's looking at the floor. He can't even make eye contact with me. We decided to separate when you were 16. However, with as much as I traveled, it made financial sense for us to wait until you graduated before filing for divorce, so that's what we decided to do. 16? She got sick when I was 16. We had been split up for almost a year when I met Lisa. He's looking at me now. He's being honest. When she found out she was sick, it was the right thing to do, Miles. She was your mother, and I wasn't going to leave her when she needed me the most. My chest hurts. I know you've put 2 and 2 together, he says. I know you've done the math. I know you've been hating me, thinking I was having an affair while she was sick, and I hated allowing you to think that. Then why did you? I ask him. Why did you let me think that? He looks at the floor again. I don't know, he says. I thought maybe there was a chance that you didn't realize I'd been dating Lisa for longer than I let on, so I thought bringing it up would do more harm than good. I didn't like the thought of you knowing my marriage with your mother had failed. I didn't want you to think she died unhappy. She didn't, I reassure him. You were there for her dad. We both were. He appreciates that I say this because he knows it's true. My mother was happy with her life, happy with me. It makes me wonder if she'd be disappointed now, seeing how things have turned out. She would be proud of you, Miles, he says to me, with how you've handled yourself. I hug him. I needed to hear that more than I knew.
Chapter 31. Tate. I'm trying to listen to Corbin go on about his conversation with Mom, but all I can think about is the fact that Miles is due home any minute now. It's been 10 days since he's been home, and that's the longest we've gone without seeing each other since the weeks we spent not speaking. Have you told Miles yet? Corbin asks. Told him what? Corbin faces me. That you're moving out. He points at the potholder on the counter next to me. I toss him the potholder and shake my head. I haven't talked to him since last week. I'll probably tell him tonight. Honestly, I've wanted to tell him I found my own apartment all week, but that would involve either calling or texting him, 2 things we don't do. The only times we text each other are when we're both home. I think we do this because it helps us maintain our boundaries. It's not like the move is a big deal anyway. I'm only moving a few blocks away. I found an apartment that's closer to both work and school. It's definitely no downtown high-rise, but I love it. I do wonder, though, how it will affect things between Miles and me. I think that's one of the reasons I haven't mentioned that I was even looking for my own place. There's a fear in the back of my mind that not being right across the hall from him will be too inconvenient, and he'll just call off whatever is going on between us. Corbin and I both look up as soon as the apartment door opens, and there's a quick knock on it. I glance at Corbin, and he rolls his eyes. He's still adapting. Miles walks into the kitchen, and I see the smile that wants to spread across his face when he sees me, but he keeps it in check when he sees Corbin. "What are you cooking?" Miles asks him. He leans against the wall and folds his arms across his chest, but his eyes are scrolling up my legs. They pause when he sees I'm wearing a skirt, and then he smiles in my direction. Luckily, Corbin is still facing the stove. "Dinner?" Corbin says with a clipped voice. He takes a while to adapt. Miles looks at me again and stares for a few silent seconds. "Hey, Tate," he says. I grin. "Hey." "How were midterms?" His eyes are everywhere on me but my face. "Good," I say. He mouths, "You look pretty." I smile and wish more than anything that Corbin wasn't standing here right now, because it's taking all I have not to throw my arms around Miles and kiss the hell out of him. Corbin knows why Miles is here. Miles and I just try to respect the fact that Corbin still doesn't like what's going on between us, so we keep it behind closed doors. Miles is chewing on the inside of his cheek, fidgeting with his shirt sleeve, watching me. It's quiet in the kitchen, and Corbin still hasn't turned around to acknowledge him. Miles looks like he's about to burst at the seams. "Fuck it," he says, gliding across the kitchen toward me. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me, hard, in front of Corbin. He's kissing me in front of Corbin. Don't analyze this, Tate. He's pulling my hands, dragging me out of the kitchen. As far as I know, Corbin is still facing the stove, trying his best to ignore us. Still adapting. We get to the living room, and Miles separates his mouth from mine. "I haven't been able to think about anything else today," he says. "At all." "Me neither." He pulls me by the hand toward the front door. I follow. He opens it, walks to his apartment, and pulls his keys out of his pocket. His luggage is still outside in the hallway. "Why is your luggage out here?" Miles pushes open his apartment door. "I haven't been home yet," he says. He turns around and grabs his things from the hallway, then holds the door open for me. "You came to my apartment first?" He nods, then tosses his duffel bag onto the couch and pushes his suitcase against the wall. "Yep," he says. He grabs my hand and pulls me to him. "I told you, Tate. Haven't thought about anything else." He smiles and lowers his head to kiss me. I laugh. "Aw, you missed me," I say teasingly. He pulls back. You would think I'd just told him I loved him with the way his body tenses up. "Relax," I say. "You're allowed to miss me, Miles. It doesn't break your rules." He backs up a few steps. "You thirsty?" he asks, changing the subject like he always does. He turns and heads toward the kitchen, but everything about him just changed. His demeanor, his smile, his excitement over finally seeing me after 10 days. I stand in the living room and watch it all crumble. I'm hit by a reality check, but it feels more like a meteor. This man can't even admit that he misses me. I've been holding out hope that if I take it slowly enough with him, he'll eventually break through whatever it is that's holding him back. The entire past few months, I've been under the assumption that maybe he just can't handle the way things have developed between us, and he needs time. But it's clear now. It's not him. It's me. I'm the one who can't handle this thing between us. "You okay?" Miles says from the kitchen. He walks out from behind the obstructed view of the cabinets so he can see me. He waits for me to answer him, but I can't. "Did you miss me, Miles?" And up comes the armor again, shielding him. He looks away and walks back into the kitchen. "We don't say things like that, Tate," he says. The hardness is back in his voice. Is he serious? We don't? I take a few steps toward the kitchen. Miles, it's a common phrase. It doesn't mean commitment. It doesn't even mean love. Friends say it to friends. He leans against the bar in the kitchen and calmly looks up at me. But we were never friends. And I don't want to break your one and only rule by giving you false hope. So I'm not saying it. I can't explain what happens to me, because I don't know. But it's as if every single thing he's ever said and done that's hurt me impales me all at once. I want to scream at him. I want to hate him. I want to know what the hell happened that made him capable of saying things that can hurt me more than any other words have ever come close to doing. I'm tired of treading water. I'm tired of pretending it's not killing me to want to know everything about him. I'm tired of pretending he's not everywhere. Everything. My only thing. What did she do to you? I whisper. Don't, he says. The word is a warning, a threat. I'm so tired of seeing the pain in his eyes and not knowing the reason for it. I'm tired of not knowing what words are off limits with him. Tell me. He looks away from me. Go home, Tate. He turns around and grips the edge of the counter, dropping his head between his shoulders. Fuck you. I turn and exit the kitchen. When I reach the living room, I hear him coming after me, so I speed up. I make it to the front door and open it, but his palm meets the door above my head and he slams it shut. I squeeze my eyes tightly, bracing for whatever words are about to completely slay me, because I know they will. His face is right next to my ear and his chest is pressed against my back. That's what we've been doing, Tate. Fucking. I've made that clear from day one. I laugh, because I don't know what else to do. I turn around and look up at him. He doesn't back away, and he's so much more intimidating in this moment than I've ever seen him be before. You think you made that clear? I ask him. You are so full of shit, Miles. He still doesn't move, but his jaw tenses. How have I not been clear? 2 rules. Can't get any simpler than that. I laugh incredulously, then get everything off my chest at once. There's a huge difference between fucking someone and making love to them. You haven't fucked me in more than a month. Every time you're inside me, you're making love to me. I can see it in the way you look at me. You miss me when we aren't together. You think about me all the time. You can't even wait 10 seconds to walk in your own front door before coming to see me. So don't you dare try to tell me you've been clear from day one, because you are the murkiest goddamn man I've ever met. I breathe. I breathe for the first time in what feels like a month. He can do what he wants with all that. I'm done trying. He blows out a steady, controlled breath while he backs several steps away from me. He winces and turns around as if he doesn't want me to read the emotions that are obviously present somewhere deep within him. His hands grip the back of his neck tightly, and he remains in this position for a solid minute without moving. He begins to blow out steady breath after steady breath, as if he's doing everything in his power to pull himself together and not cry. My heart begins to ache when I realize what's happening. He's breaking. Oh, God, he whispers. His voice is completely pain-ridden. What am I doing to you, Tate? He walks to the wall and falls against it, then slides to the floor. His knees come up and he rests his elbows on them, covering his face with his hands to stop his emotions. His shoulders begin to shake. But he's not making a sound. He's crying. Miles Archer is crying. It's the same heart-wrenching cry that came from him the night I met him. This grown man, this wall of intimidation, this solid veil of armor, he's completely crumbling right in front of my eyes. Miles, I whisper. My voice is weak compared with his massive silence. I walk to him and lower myself to my knees in front of him. I wrap my arm around his shoulders and lower my head to his. I don't ask him what's wrong again. because now I'm terrified to know.
Chapter 32, Miles. 6 years earlier. Lisa loves Clayton. My dad loves Clayton. Clayton fixes families. He's already my hero, and he's only 2 days old. Shortly after my dad and Lisa leave, Ian arrives. He says he doesn't want to hold Clayton, but Rachel makes him. He's uncomfortable because he's never held a baby before, but he holds him. Thank God he looks like Rachel, Ian says. I agree with him. Ian asks Rachel if I ever told her what I said to him after I met her. I don't know what he's talking about. Ian laughs. After he walked you to class that first day, he took a picture of you from his seat, Ian tells her. He texted it to me and said, "She's gonna have all my babies." Rachel looks at me. I shrug. I'm embarrassed. Rachel loves that I said that to Ian. I love that Ian told her that. The doctor comes in and tells us we can go home now. Ian helps me take everything to the car and pull it up to the exit. Before I go back to Rachel's room, Ian touches my shoulder. I turn around and face him. I get the feeling he wants to tell me congratulations, but instead he just hugs me. It's awkward, but it's not. I like that he's proud of me. It makes me feel good, like I'm doing this right. Ian leaves. So do we. Me, Rachel, and Clayton. My family. I want Rachel to sit in the front with me, but I love that she's riding in the back with him. I love how much she loves him. I love that I'm attracted to her even more now that she's a mom. I want to kiss her. I want to tell her I love her again, but I think I tell her way too much. I don't ever want her to get tired of hearing it. "Thank you for this baby," she says from the back seat. "He's beautiful." I laugh. "You're responsible for the beautiful part, Rachel. The only thing he got from me was his balls." She laughs. She laughs hard. "Oh my God, I know," she says. "They're so big." We both laugh at our son's big balls. She sighs. "Rest," I tell her. "You haven't slept in 2 days." I see her smile in the rearview mirror. "But I can't stop staring at him," she whispers. "I can't stop staring at you, Rachel." But I do stop because the oncoming traffic is brighter than it should be. My hands grip the steering wheel. Too bright. I've always heard your life flashes before your eyes in the moments before you die. In a sense, that's true. However, it doesn't come at you in sequence or even in random order. It's just one picture that sticks in your head and becomes everything you feel and everything you see. It's not your actual life that flashes before your eyes. What flashes before your eyes are the people who are your life, Rachel and Clayton. All I see is the two of them. My whole life flash before my eyes. The sound becomes everything. Everything. Inside me, outside me, through me, under me, over me. Rachel. 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 I can't find her. Clayton. 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 I'm wet. It's cold. My head hurts. My arms hurt. I can't see her. I can't see her. I can't see her. I can't see him. Silence. 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 Deafening silence. Miles! I open my eyes. It's wet. It's wet. There's water. It's wet. Water's in the car. I unbuckle my seatbelt and turn around. Her hands are on his car seat. "Miles, help me! It's stuck!" I try. I try again, but she needs to get out too. She needs to get out too. I kick my window and break the glass. I saw it in a movie once. Make sure there's a way out before there's too much pressure on the windows. "Rachel, get out! I've got him!" She tells me no. She won't stop trying to get him out. "I'll get him, Rachel." She can't get out. Her seatbelt is stuck. It's too tight. I let go of the car seat and reach for her seatbelt. My hands are underwater when I find it. She slaps at my arms and attempts to push me away from her. "Get him first!" she screams. "Get him out first!" I can't. They're both stuck. "You're stuck, Rachel." "Oh God. I'm scared." Rachel is scared. The water is everywhere. I can't see him anymore. I can't see her. I can't hear him. I reach for her seatbelt again. I get it off her. I grab her hands. Her window isn't broken. Mine is. I pull her forward. She's fighting me. She's fighting me. She stops fighting me. Fight me, Rachel. Fight me. Move. Someone is reaching in through my window. Give me her hand, I hear him yell. The water is coming in through my window now. The entire back seat is water. Everything is water. I give him Rachel's hand. He helps me get her out. Everything is water. I try to find him. I can't breathe. I try to find him. I can't breathe. I try to save him. I want to be his hero. I can't breathe. So I just stop. Silence. 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 Deafening scream. I cover my ears with my hands. I cover my heart with armor. I cough until I can breathe again. I open my eyes. We're in a boat. I look around. We're on a lake. I bring my hand up to my jaw. My hand is red, covered in blood as red as Rachel's hair. Rachel. I find Rachel. Clayton. I don't find Clayton. I push up on my hands and move to the edge of the boat. I need to find him. Someone stops me. Someone pulls me back. Someone won't let me. Someone is telling me it's too late. Someone tells me he's sorry. Someone tells me we can't get to him. Someone tells me we went over the bridge after the impact. Someone tells me he's so sorry. I move to Rachel instead. I try to hold her, but she won't let me. She's screaming, sobbing, crying, wailing. She hits me. She kicks me. She says I should have saved him instead. But I tried to save you both, Rachel. You should have saved him, Miles, she cries. You should have saved him. You should have saved him. I should have saved him. She's screaming, sobbing, crying, wailing. I hold her anyway. I let her hit me. I let her hate me. Rachel hates me. I hold her anyway. Rachel cries, but she's quiet. She's crying so hard her throat can't even make a sound. Her body is crying, but her voice is not. Ruined. 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 I cry with her. I cry, and I cry, and I cry, and I cry, and we cry, and we cry, and we cry. Ruined. The water is everything now. I look at Rachel. I only see water. I close my eyes. I only see water. I look up at the sky. I only see water. It hurts so much. I never knew a heart could hold the weight of the entire world. I don't make Rachel's life better anymore. I ruined you, Rachel. My family. Me and you and Clayton. Ruined. You can't love me after this, Rachel.
Chapter 33. Tate. My hands are on him, rubbing his back, touching his hair. He's crying, and the only thing I can do is tell him, never mind. I want to tell him to forget everything I said tonight. I want to do whatever I can to take this pain away from him, because whatever happened shouldn't matter. Whatever happened, no one deserves to feel the way he's feeling right now. I move his arms from his face, then slide onto his lap. I hold his face in my hands and tilt it to mine. He keeps his eyes closed. I don't have to know, Miles. His arms wrap around my back and he buries his face against my chest. His labored breaths come faster as he tries to push back his emotions. My arms are wrapped around his head, and I kiss his hair, then trail kisses down the side of his head until he pulls back and looks up at me. No amount of armor in the world, and no wall, no matter how thick, could hide the devastation in his eyes right now. It's so prominent, and there's so much of it, I have to hold my breath so I don't cry with him. What happened to you, Miles? I don't have to know, I whisper again, shaking my head. His hands move to the back of my head and he presses his mouth to mine, hard and painfully. He moves forward until my back is against the floor. His hands pull at my shirt and he's kissing me desperately, furiously, filling my mouth with the taste of his tears. I let him use me to get rid of his pain. I'll do whatever he wants me to do as long as he stops hurting like he's hurting. He slips his hand beneath my skirt and begins to pull down my underwear at the same time as I hook my thumbs onto the hips of his jeans and push them down. My panties make it to my ankles and I kick them off just as he takes both my hands and pushes them above my head, pressing them to the floor. He drops his forehead to mine but doesn't kiss me. He closes his eyes, but I keep mine open. He wastes no time pushing himself between my legs, spreading them wider. He moves his forehead to the side of my head, then slides into me, slowly. When he's all the way inside, he exhales, releasing some of his pain, taking his mind away from whatever horror he just went through. He pulls out, then thrusts inside me again, this time with all his strength. It hurts. Give me your pain, Miles. My God, Rachel, he whispers. My God, Rachel. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. That word gets put on repeat inside my head. My God, Rachel. I turn my head away from his. It's the worst pain I've ever felt. The absolute worst. His body immediately stills inside mine when he realizes what he said. The only thing moving between us right now are the tears falling from my eyes. Tate, he whispers, shattering the silence between us. Tate, I'm so sorry. I shake my head, but the tears won't stop. Somewhere deep inside me I feel something harden. Something that was once liquid completely freezes. And it's in this moment that I know this is it. That name. It said it all. I'll never have his past because she has it. I'll never have his future because he refuses to give it to anyone who isn't her. And I'll never know why. Because he'll never tell me. He begins to pull out of me, but I tighten my legs around his. He sighs heavily against my cheek. I swear to God, Tate, I wasn't thinking about... Stop, I whisper. I don't want to hear him defend what just happened. Just finish, Miles. He lifts his head and looks down at me. I see the apology, clear as day, hiding behind fresh tears. I don't know if it's my words that have just cut him again, or the fact that we both know this is it. But it looks like his heart just broke again. If that's even possible. A tear falls from his eyes and lands on my cheek. I feel it roll down and combine with one of my own. I just want this to be over. I wrap my hand around the back of his head and pull his mouth to mine. He's not moving inside me anymore, so I arch my back, pressing my hips harder against him. He moans in my mouth and moves against me once, then stops again. Tate, he says against my lips. Just finish, Miles, I say to him through my tears. Just finish. He places a palm against my cheek and he presses his lips to my ear. We're both crying harder now, and I can see that I'm more than this to him. I know I am. I feel how much he wants to love me. But whatever is stopping him is more than I'm able to conquer. I wrap my arms around his neck. Please, I beg him, please, Miles. I'm crying, begging for something, but I don't even know what it is anymore. He thrusts against me, hard this time, so hard I scoot away from him. So he wraps his arms under my shoulders and cups his hands upward, holding me in place against him as he repeatedly pushes into me. Hard, long, deep thrusts that force moans out of both of us with every movement. Harder, I beg. He pushes harder. Faster. He moves faster. We're both gasping for breath between our tears. It's intense. It's heartbreaking. It's devastating. It's ugly. It's over. As soon as his body is motionless on top of mine, I push against his shoulders. He rolls off of me. I sit up and wipe my eyes with my hands, then stand up and pull on my underwear. His fingers wrap around my ankle. The same fingers that wrapped around the same ankle the first night I met him. "Tate," he says, his voice riddled with everything. Every single emotion wraps itself around each letter of my name as it comes out of his mouth. I pull away from his grasp. I walk to the door, still feeling him inside me, still tasting his mouth on mine, still feeling the stains of his tears against my cheek. I open the door and walk out. I close the door behind me, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done. I can't even walk the 3 feet back to my apartment. I collapse in the hallway. I'm liquid. Nothing but tears.
Chapter 34. Miles. 6 years earlier. We went home, not to our home. Rachel wanted Lisa. Rachel needs her mother. I kind of need my father. Every night I hold her. Every night I tell her I'm sorry. Every night we just cry. I don't understand how it can be so perfect, how life and love and people can be so perfect and beautiful. Then it's not. It's so ugly. Life and love and people become ugly. It all becomes water. Tonight is different. This night is the first night in 3 weeks when she's not crying. I hold her anyway. I want to be happy that she's not crying, but it scares me. Her tears mean she feels something. Even if that something is devastation, it's still something. There aren't any tears tonight. I hold her anyway. I tell her I'm sorry again. She never tells me it's okay. She never tells me it's not my fault. She never tells me she forgives me. She does kiss me tonight, though. She kisses me and takes off her shirt. She tells me to make love to her. I tell her we shouldn't. I tell her we're supposed to wait 2 more weeks. She kisses me, so I'll stop talking. I kiss her back. Rachel loves me again, I think. She's kissing me like she loves me. I'm gentle with her. I go slow. She's touching my skin like she loves me. I don't want to hurt her. She cries. Please don't cry, Rachel. I stop. She tells me not to stop. She tells me to finish. Finish. I don't like that word, like this is a job. I kiss her again. I finish. Miles. Rachel wrote me a letter. I'm sorry. No. I can't do this. It hurts too much. No. My mother is taking me back to Phoenix. We're both staying there. It's all too complicated, even between the 2 of them now. Your father already knows. Clayton brings families together. Miles rips them apart. I tried to stay. I tried to love you. Every time I look at you, I see him. Everything is him. If I stay, everything will always be him. You know that. I know you understand that. I shouldn't blame you. But you do. I'm so sorry. You stopped loving me with a letter, Rachel? Love, I feel it, all the ugly parts of it. It's in my pores, my veins, my memories, my future. Rachel. The difference between the ugly side of love and the beautiful side of love is that the beautiful side is much lighter. It makes you feel like you're floating. It lifts you up, carries you. The beautiful parts of love hold you above the rest of the world. They hold you so high above all the bad stuff, and you just look down on everything else and think, wow, I'm so glad I'm up here. Sometimes the beautiful parts of love move back to Phoenix. The ugly parts of love are too heavy to move back to Phoenix. The ugly parts of love can't lift you up. They bring you down. They hold you under, drown you. You look up and think, I wish I was up there. But you're not. Ugly love becomes you, consumes you. makes you hate it all. Makes you realize that all the beautiful parts aren't even worth it. Without the beautiful, you'll never risk feeling this. You'll never risk feeling the ugly. So you give it up. You give it all up. You never want love again, no matter what kind it is, because no type of love will ever be worth living through the ugly love again. I'll never let myself love anyone again, Rachel. Ever.
Chapter 35. Tate. Last load, Corbin says, picking up the remaining 2 boxes. I hand Corbin the key to my new place. I'll make one more walk through and meet you over there. I open the door for Corbin and he exits the apartment. I'm left staring at the door across the hall. I haven't seen or spoken to him since last week. I've been selfishly hoping he would show up and apologize, but then again, what would he even be apologizing for? He never lied to me. He never verbalized promises that he broke. The only times he wasn't brutally honest with me were the times he didn't speak. The times he looked at me and I assumed the feelings I saw in his eyes were more than what he was able to verbalize. It's apparent now that I more than likely invented those feelings from him in order to match them to my own. The occasional emotion behind his eyes when we were together was obviously a figment of my own imagination. A figment of my hope. I scanned the apartment one last time to make sure I packed everything. When I step outside and lock Corbin's door behind me, my movements are taken over by something I'm unfamiliar with. I can't tell if it's braveness or desperation, but my hand is balled into a fist, and that fist is knocking on his door. I tell myself that I'm free to escape to the elevator if 10 seconds pass and the door doesn't open. Unfortunately, it opens after 7. My thoughts begin to riot with rationalization as the door opens wider. Before rationalization wins and I dart away, Ian appears in the doorway. His eyes change from complacent to sympathetic when he sees me standing here. "Tate," he says, capping my name off with a smile. I notice the shift of his gaze toward Miles' bedroom before his eyes fall back on mine. "Let me get him," he says. I feel the ascent in the nod of my head, but my heart is making a descent, scaling down my chest, through my stomach, and straight to the floor. "Tate's at the door," I hear Ian say. I inspect every word, every syllable, searching for a clue wherever I can find one. I want to know if he rolled his eyes when he said that, or if he said it hopefully. If anyone knows how Miles would feel about me standing in his doorway, it would be Ian. Unfortunately, Ian's voice gives no indication of what Miles may feel about my presence. I hear footsteps. I dissect the sound of the footsteps as they close in on the living room. Are they hurried footsteps? Are they hesitant? Are they angry? When he reaches the door, my eyes fall to his feet first. I get nothing from them. No clues that will help me find the confidence I so desperately need in this moment. I can already tell my words will come out raspy and weak, but I force them up anyway. "I'm leaving," I say, still staring down at his feet. "I just wanted to say goodbye." There's no immediate reaction from him, physically or verbally. My eyes finally make the brave journey up to his. When I see the stoic look on his face, I want to step back, but I'm afraid I'll trip over my heart. I don't want him to watch me fall. My regret over making the choice to knock consumes me with the brevity in his response. "Goodbye, Tate."
Chapter 36. Miles. Present day. Her eyes finally find the courage to meet mine, but I try not to see her. When I really look at her, it's too much. Every time I'm with her, her eyes and her mouth and her voice and her smile find every vulnerable spot on me to breach, to seize, to conquer. Every time I'm around her, I have to fight it, so I try not to see her with anything other than my eyes this time. She says she's here to say goodbye, but that's not why she's here, and she knows it. She's here because she fell in love with me, even though I told her not to. She's here because she still has hope that I can love her back. I want to, Tate. I want to love you so much it fucking hurts. I don't even recognize my own voice when I tell her goodbye. The lack of emotion behind my words could be misconstrued as hateful. A far cry from the apathy I'm attempting to convey, and an even farther cry from the urge I have to beg her not to go. She immediately looks down at her feet. I can tell my response just killed her, but I've given her enough false hope. Every time I ever allowed her in, it hurts her that much more when I have to push her away. But it's hard to feel bad for her, because as much as she's hurting, she doesn't know pain. She doesn't know it like I know it. I keep pain alive. I keep it in business. I keep it thriving with as much as I experience it. She inhales and then looks back up at me with slightly redder, glossier eyes. You deserve so much more than what you're allowing yourself to have. She stands on the tip of her toes and places her hands on my shoulders, then presses her lips to my cheek. Goodbye, Miles. She turns and walks toward the elevator just as Corbin steps out to meet her. I see her lift one of her hands to wipe away her tears. I watch her walk away. I shut my door, expecting to feel even the slightest ripple of relief over the fact that I was able to let her walk away. Instead, I'm met with the only familiar sensation my heart is capable of feeling. Pain. You're a goddamn idiot, Ian says from behind me. I turn around and he's sitting on the arm of the couch staring at me. Why are you not going after her right now? Because, Ian, I hate this feeling. I hate every feeling she evokes in me because it fills me with all the things I spent the last 6 years avoiding. Why would I do that? I ask as I head toward my room. I pause with the knock at my front door. I expel a frustrated breath before turning back to the door, not wanting to have to turn her away for a second time. I will, though. Even if I have to lay it out in terms that will hurt her even more, she needs to accept the fact that it's over. I let it go too far. Hell, I never should have allowed it to begin with us knowing it would more than likely end this way. I open the door but find Corbin in my line of sight rather than Tate. I want to feel relieved by the fact that it's him standing here rather than her, but the fuming look on his face makes it impossible to feel relieved. Before I can react, his fist connects with my mouth, and I stumble backward toward the couch. Ian breaks my fall, and I steady myself before turning to face the door again. What the hell, Corbin? Ian yells. He's holding me back, assuming I want retaliation. I don't. I deserved that. Corbin trades looks between the two of us, finally settling on me. He pulls his fist up to his chest and rubs it with his other hand. We all know I should have done that a long time ago. He grips the doorknob and pulls the door shut, disappearing back out into the hallway. I shrug out of Ian's grasp and bring my hand up to my lip. I pull my fingers back. They're tinged with blood. How about now? Ian says, hopeful. You gonna go after her now? I glare at him before turning to stalk off to my bedroom. Ian laughs loudly. It's the kind of laugh that says, you're a goddamn idiot. Only he already said that, so he's kind of just repeating himself. He follows me to my bedroom. I'm not really in the mood for this conversation. Good thing I know how to look at people without actually seeing them. I take a seat on my bed, and he walks into my room and leans against the door. I'm tired of this, Miles. 6 fucking years I've watched this zombie walk around in your place. I'm not a zombie, I say flatly. Zombies can't fly. Ian rolls his eyes, obviously not in the mood for jokes. Good thing, because I'm not really in the mood to make them. He continues to glare at me, so I pick up my phone and lie back on the bed in order to pretend he isn't here. She's the first thing to breathe life back into you since the night you drowned in that fucking lake. I'll hurt him. If he doesn't leave right this second, I'll fucking hurt him. Get out. No. I look at him. I see him. Get the hell out, Ian. He walks to my desk, pulls out the chair, and sits in it. Fuck you, Miles. He says, I'm not finished. Get out. No. I stop fighting him. I get up and walk out myself. He follows me. Let me ask you one question, he says, trailing me into the living room. And then you'll get out? He nods. And then I'll get out. Fine. He regards me silently for a few moments. I patiently wait for his question so he can leave before I hurt him. What if someone told you they could erase that entire night from your memory, but in doing so, they also have to erase every single good thing, all the moments with Rachel, every word, every kiss, every I love you, every moment you had with your son, no matter how brief, the first moment you saw Rachel holding him, the first moment you held him, the first time you heard him cry or watched him sleep, all of it, gone, forever. If someone told you they could get rid of the ugly stuff, but you'd lose all the other stuff too, would you do it? He thinks he's asking me something I've never asked myself before. Does he think I don't sit and wonder about this stuff every fucking day of my life? You didn't say I had to answer your question. You just asked if you could ask it. You can leave now. I'm the worst kind of person. You can't answer it, he says. You can't say yes. I also can't say no, I tell him. Congratulations, Ian, you've stumped me. Goodbye. I begin to walk back to my room, but he says my name again. I stop and put my hands on my hips and drop my head. Why won't he stop with it already? It's been 6 damn years. He should know that night made me who I am now. He should know I'm not changing. If I would have asked you that a few months ago, you would have said yes before the question even left my mouth, he says. Your answer has always been yes. You would have given up anything to not have to relive that night. I turn around and he's heading toward the door. He opens it, then pauses and faces me again. If being with Tate for a few short months can make that pain bearable enough for you to answer with a maybe, imagine what a lifetime with her could do for you. He closes the door. I close my eyes. Something happens. Something inside me. It's as if his words have created an avalanche out of the glacier surrounding my heart. I feel chunks of hardened ice break off and fall next to all the other pieces that have detached since the moment I met Tate. I step off the elevator and walk over to the empty chair next to Cap. He doesn't even acknowledge my presence with eye contact. He's staring across the lobby toward the exit. You just let her go, he says, not even attempting to hide the disappointment in his voice. I don't respond. He pushes on the arms of his chair with his hands, repositioning himself. Some people, they grow wiser as they grow older. Unfortunately, most people just grow older. He turns to face me. You're one of the ones just been growing older because you are as stupid as you were the day you were born. Cap knows me well enough to know this is what had to happen. He's known me all my life, having worked maintenance on my father's apartment building since before I was born. Before that, he worked for my grandfather doing the same thing. This pretty much guarantees he knows more about me and my family than even I do. It had to happen, Cap, I say, excusing the fact that I let the only girl who has been able to reach me in more than 6 years just walk away. Had to happen, huh? He grumbles. As long as I've known him, and as many nights as I've spent down here talking to him, he's never once given me an opinion about the decisions I've made for myself. He knows the life I chose after Rachel. He spouts off tidbits of wisdom here and there, but never his opinion. He's listened to me vent about the situation with Tate for months, and he always sits quietly, patiently hearing me out, never giving me advice. That's what I like about him. I feel that's all about to change. Before you give me a lecture, Cap, I say, interrupting him before he has the chance to continue, you know she's better off. I turn and face him. You know she is. Cap chuckles, nodding his head. That's for damn sure. I look at him disbelievingly. Did he just agree with me? Are you saying I made the right choice? He's quiet for a second before blowing out a quick breath. His expression contorts as if his thoughts aren't something he necessarily wants to share. He relaxes into his chair and folds his arms loosely over his chest. I told myself to never get involved in your problems, boy, because in order for a man to give advice, he better know what the hell he's talking about. And Lord knows, in all my 80 years, I ain't never been through nothing like what you went through. I don't know the first thing about what that was like or what that did to you. Just thinking about that night makes my gut hurt, so I know you feel it in your gut, too. And your heart, and your bones, and your soul. I close my eyes, wishing I could close my ears. Instead, I don't want to hear this. None of the people in your life knows what it feels like to be you. Not me, not your father, not those friends of yours, Not even Tate. There's only one person who feels what you feel. Only one person who hurts like you hurt. Only one other parent to that baby boy who misses him the same way you do. My eyes are closed tightly now, and I'm doing all I can to respect his end of the conversation, but it's taking all I have not to get up and walk away. He has no right bringing Rachel into this conversation. Miles, he says quietly. There's determination in his voice, like he needs me to take him seriously. I always do. You believed you took away that girl's chance at happiness, and until you confront that past, you will never move forward. You're going to be reliving that day every single day until the day you die, unless you go see for your own eyes that she's okay. Maybe then you'll see it's okay for you to be happy too. I lean forward and run my hands over my face, then rest my elbows on my knees and look down. I watch as a single tear falls from my eye and drops to the floor beneath my feet. And what happens if she's not okay? I whisper. Cap leans forward and clasps his hands between his knees. I turn and look at him, seeing tears in his eyes for the first time in the 24 years I've known him. Then I guess nothing changes. You can keep on feeling like you don't deserve a life for ruining hers. You can keep on avoiding everything that might make you feel again. He leans in toward me and lowers his voice. I know the thought of confronting your past terrifies you. It terrifies every man. But sometimes we don't do it for ourselves. We do it for the people we love more than ourselves.
Chapter 37. Rachel. Brad, I yell. Someone's at the door. I grab a dish towel and dry my hands. Got it, he says, passing through the kitchen. I take a quick inventory of the kitchen to make sure there isn't anything my mother can insult. Counters are clean, floors are clean. Bring it on, Mom. Wait here, Brad says to whoever is at the door. Wait here? Brad wouldn't say that to my mother. Rachel, Brad says from the kitchen entryway. I turn around to face him and I immediately tense. The look on his face is one I rarely ever see. It's reserved for preparation. When he's about to tell me something I don't want to hear or something he's afraid will hurt me, my immediate thoughts fall to my mother and I'm gripped with worry. Brad, I whisper, what is it? I'm holding the counter next to me. The familiar fear washes over me that used to live and breathe inside me, but now it's something that only grips me on occasion. Like right now when my husband is too afraid to tell me something he's not sure I want to hear. Someone's here to see you, he says. I don't know of anyone who could make Brad as concerned as he is right now. Who? He slowly walks toward me and cups my face in his hands when he reaches me. He looks into my eyes as if he's trying to brace me for a fall. It's Miles. I don't move. I don't fall, but Brad holds me up anyway. He wraps his arms around me and pulls me against his chest. Why is he here? My voice trembles. Brad shakes his head. I don't know. He pulls away and looks down on me. I'll ask him to leave if you need me to. I immediately shake my head. I wouldn't do that to him. Not if he came all the way to Phoenix. Not after almost 7 years. Do you need a few minutes? I can take him to the living room. I don't deserve this man. I don't know what I'd do without him. He knows my history with Miles. He knows everything we went through. It took me a while to be able to tell him the whole story. He knows all of this, and he's still standing here, offering to invite the only other man I've ever loved into our home. I'm okay, I tell him, even though I'm not. I don't know if I want to see Miles. I have no idea why he's here. Are you okay? He nods. He looks upset. I think you should talk to him. He leans in and kisses me on the forehead. He's in the foyer. I'll be in my office if you need me. I nod and then I kiss him. I kiss him hard. He walks away and I'm left standing silently in the kitchen, my heart beating erratically within my chest. I take a deep breath, but it does nothing to calm me. I brush my hands down my shirt and walk toward the foyer. Miles's back is to me, but he hears me round the corner. He turns his head slightly over his shoulder, almost as if he's just as afraid to turn around and look at me as I am to see him. He does it carefully, slowly. Suddenly, my eyes are locked with his. I know it's been 6 years, but in that 6 years, he's somehow completely changed without changing at all. He's still Miles, but he's a man now. This makes me wonder what he's seeing, looking at me for the first time since the day I left him. "Hey," he says, treading carefully. His voice is different. It isn't the voice of a teenager anymore. "Hi." I lose his gaze as his eyes travel around the foyer. He takes in my home, a home I never expected to see him in. We both stand in silence for a whole minute, maybe 2.
"Rachel,
He looks back at me again.
I don't know why I'm here."
I do. I can see it in his eyes. I got to know those eyes so well when we were together. I knew all his thoughts, all his emotions. He wasn't able to hide how he felt because he felt so much. He's always felt so much. He's here because he needs something. I don't know what. Answers, maybe? Closure? I'm glad he waited until now to get it because I think I'm finally ready to give it. "It's good to see you," I tell him. Our voices are weak and timid. It's weird seeing someone for the first time under different circumstances from when you parted. I loved this man. I loved him with all my heart and soul. I loved him like I loved Brad. I also hated him. "Come in," I say, motioning toward the living room. "Let's talk." He takes 2 hesitant steps toward the living room. I turn around and let him follow me. We both take a seat on the sofa. He doesn't get comfortable. Instead, he sits on the edge of it and leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He's looking around, taking in my home once more, my life. "You're brave," I say. He looks at me, waiting for me to continue. "I've thought about this, Miles, about seeing you again. I look down. I just couldn't." "Why not?" he says almost immediately. I make eye contact with him again. "The same reason you haven't. We don't know what to say." He smiles, but it's not the smile I used to love on Miles. This one is guarded, and I wonder if I did this to him, if I'm responsible for all the sad parts of him. There are so many sad parts of him now. He picks up a photo of Brad and me from the end table. His eyes study the picture in his hands for a moment. "Do you love him?" he asks, continuing to stare at the picture. "Like you loved me?" He's not asking in a bitter or jealous way. He's asking in a curious way. "Yes," I reply, "just as much." He places the picture back on the end table but continues to stare at it. "How?" he whispers. "How did you do that?" His words bring tears to my eyes because I know exactly what he's asking me. I asked myself the same question for several years until I met Brad. I didn't think I'd ever be able to love someone again. I didn't think I'd want to love someone again. Why would anyone want to put themselves in a position that could bring back the type of pain that makes a person envious of death? "I want to show you something, Miles." I stand up and reach out for his hand. He watches my hand cautiously for a moment before finally reaching for it. His fingers slide through mine and he squeezes my hand as he stands up. I begin making my way toward the bedroom and he follows closely behind me. We reach the bedroom door and my fingers pause on the doorknob. My heart is heavy. The emotions and everything we went through are surfacing, but I know I have to allow them to surface if I want to help him. I push the door open and walk inside, pulling Miles behind me. As soon as we're inside the room, I feel his fingers tighten around mine. "Rachel," he whispers. His voice is a plea for me not to do this. I feel him try to pull back toward the door, but I don't let him. I make him walk to her crib with me. He's standing by my side, but I can feel him struggling because he doesn't want to be in here right now. He's squeezing my hand so tightly, I can feel the hurt in his heart. He blows out a quick breath as he looks down on her. I see the roll of his throat when he swallows, then blows out another steadying breath. I watch as his free hand comes up and grips the edge of her crib, holding onto it as tightly as the hand that's wrapped around mine. "What's her name?" he whispers. "Claire." His whole body reacts with my response. His shoulders immediately begin to shake, and he tries to hold in his breath, but nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop him from feeling what he's feeling, so I just allow him to feel it. He pulls his hand from mine and covers his mouth to conceal the quick rush of air released from his lungs. He turns and walks swiftly out of the room. I follow him just as fast, in time to see his back hit the hallway wall across from her nursery. He slides to the floor, and the tears begin to fall hard. He doesn't try to cover them. He pulls his hands through his hair, and he leans his head back against the wall and looks up at me. He points to Claire's nursery and tries to speak, but it takes him several tries to get his sentence out. "That's his sister," he finally says, blowing out an unsteady breath. "Rachel, you gave him a sister." I sink to the floor next to him and wrap my arm around his shoulders, stroking his hair with my other hand. He presses his palms to his forehead and squeezes his eyes shut, crying quietly to himself. "Miles?" I don't even try to disguise the tears in my voice. "Look at me." He leans his head back against the wall, but he can't look me in the eyes. "I'm sorry I blamed you. You lost him too. I didn't know how else to deal with it back then." My words completely break him, and I'm consumed with guilt over allowing 6 years to pass without letting him hear those words. He leans over and wraps his arms tightly around me, pulling me against him. I let him hold me. He holds me for a long time, until all the apologies and forgiveness are absorbed and it's just us again. No tears. I would be lying if I said I never think about what I did to him. I think about it every day. But I was 18 and devastated, and nothing mattered to me after that night. Nothing. I just wanted to forget. But every morning I woke up and didn't feel Clayton by my side, I blamed Miles. I blamed him for saving me because I had no reason left to live. I also knew in my heart that Miles did what he could. I knew in my heart that it was never his fault. But at that point in my life, I wasn't capable of rational thought or even forgiveness. At that point in my life, I was convinced I wouldn't be capable of anything at all but feeling pain. Those feelings never wavered for more than 3 years, until the day I met Brad. I don't know who Miles has, but the familiar struggle in his eyes proves there's someone. I used to see the same struggle every time I looked in the mirror, unsure if I had it in me to love again. "Do you love her?" I ask him. I don't need to know her name. We're beyond that now. I know he isn't here because he's still in love with me. He's here because he doesn't know how to love at all. He sighs and rests his chin on top of my head. "I'm scared I won't be able to." Miles kisses the top of my head and I close my eyes. I listen to his heart beating inside his chest. A heart he's claiming isn't capable of knowing how to love. But in actuality, it's a heart that loves too much. He loved so much, and that one night took it away from us, changed our worlds, changed his heart. "I used to cry all the time," I tell him. All the time. In the shower, in the car, in my bed. Every time I was alone, I would cry. For those first couple of years, my life was constant sadness, penetrated by nothing. Not even good moments. I feel his arms wrapped tighter around me, silently telling me he knows. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Then when I met Brad, I found myself having these brief moments where my life wasn't sad every second of the day. I would go somewhere with him in a car and I'd realize it was my first time in a car without crying at least one tear. The nights we would spend together were the only nights I wouldn't cry myself to sleep. For the first time, this impenetrable sadness that had become me was being broken by the brief, good moments I spent with Brad. I pause, needing a moment. I haven't had to think about this in a while, and the emotions and feelings are too fresh, too real. I pull away from Miles and lean back against the wall, then rest my head on his shoulder. He tilts his head until it's resting against mine and grabs my hand, intertwining our fingers. After a while, I began to notice that the good moments with Brad began to outweigh all the sadness. The sadness that was my life became the moments, and my happiness with Brad became my life. I feel him exhale, and I know he knows what I'm talking about. I know that whoever she is, he's had those good moments with her. For the entire 9 months I was pregnant with Claire, I was so scared I wouldn't be able to cry from happiness when I saw her. Right after she was born, they handed her to me, just like they did when Clayton was born. Claire looked just like him, Miles. Just like him. I was staring down at her, holding her in my arms, and tears were running down my cheeks. But I was crying good tears, and I realized at that moment that they were the first tears of happiness I had cried since the day I held Clayton in my arms. I wipe my eyes and let go of his hand, then lift my head off his shoulder. You deserve that too, I tell him. You deserve to feel that again. He nods. I want to love her so much, Rachel, he says, breathing out the words like they've been pent up forever. I want that with her so much. I'm just scared the rest of it will never go away. The pain will never go away, Miles. Ever. But if you let yourself love her, you'll only feel it sometimes, instead of allowing it to consume your entire life. He wraps his arm around me and pulls my forehead against his lips. He kisses me long and hard before pulling back. He nods, letting me know that he understands what I'm trying to explain to him. You've got this, Miles, I say, repeating the same words he used to comfort me with. You've got this. He laughs, and it's as if I can feel some of the heaviness lift away from him. You know what I was most afraid of tonight? He asks. I was afraid that when I got here, you'd be just like me. He brushes my hair back and smiles. I'm so happy you're not. It makes me feel good to see you happy. He pulls me to him and hugs me tightly. Thank you, Rachel, he whispers. He kisses me gently on the cheek before releasing me to stand up. I should probably go now. I have a million things I want to tell her. He makes his way down the hallway toward the living room, then turns to face me one last time. I no longer see all the sad parts of him. Now I just see a calmness when I look in his eyes. Rachel? He pauses, watching me quietly for a moment. A peaceful smile slowly spreads across his face. I'm so proud of you. He disappears from the hallway, and I remain on the floor until I hear the front door close behind him. I'm proud of you too, Miles.
Chapter 38. Tate. I closed the door to my car and walked to the stairs leading up to the second floor of my apartment complex. I'm relieved not to have to use the elevator anymore, but I can't help but miss Cap a little bit, even if his advice didn't make a whole lot of sense to me the majority of the time. It was nice just having him there to vent to. I've been keeping myself busy with work and school, trying to stay focused, but it's been hard. I've been in my new apartment for 2 weeks now, and even though I wish I were alone, I never am. Every time I walk in through my front door, Miles is still everywhere. He's still in everything, and I keep waiting until he's not. I keep waiting for the day when it will hurt less, when I won't miss him as much. I would say my heart is broken, but it's not. I don't think it is. Actually, I wouldn't know, because my heart hasn't been in my chest since I left it lying in front of his apartment the day I told him goodbye. I tell myself to take it one day at a time, but it's so much easier said than done, especially when those days turn into nights and I have to lie in my bed alone, listening to the silence. The silence was never so loud until I told Miles goodbye. I'm already dreading opening my apartment door, and I'm not even halfway up the stairwell yet. I can already tell this night isn't going to be any different from all the other nights since Miles. I reach the top of the stairs and turn left toward my apartment, But my feet stop working. My legs stop working. I can feel the thumping of a heart somewhere in my chest again for the first time in 2 weeks. Miles? He doesn't move. He's sitting on the floor in front of my apartment, propped up against the door. I walk slowly toward him, not sure what to make of his appearance. He's not in uniform. He's casually dressed, and the stubble on his face proves he hasn't worked in a few days. There's also what looks like a fresh bruise under his right eye. I'm scared to wake him up, because if he's as belligerent as he was the first time I met him, I don't want to deal with it. But once again, there's no way I can get around him and inside my apartment without waking him up. I look up and inhale a deep breath, wondering what to do. I'm afraid if I wake him up, I'll cave. I'll let him inside, and I'll give him what he's here for, which definitely isn't the part of me I want to give him. "Tate," he says. I look down at him, and he's awake now, pulling himself up, watching me nervously. I take a step back once he's standing because I forgot how tall he is. How much he becomes everything when he's standing right in front of me. "How long have you been here?" I ask him. He glances down to the cell phone in his hand. 6 hours. He looks back up at me. "I need to use your restroom pretty bad." I want to laugh, but I can't remember how. I turn to my door and he steps out of the way for me to unlock it. My trembling hand pushes open the door to my apartment, and I walk inside, then point to the hallway. On the right. I don't look back at him while he walks in that direction. I wait until the bathroom door closes, and I fall onto the couch and bury my face in my hands. I hate that he's here. I hate that I let him in without question. I hate that as soon as he walks out of the bathroom, I'm going to have to make him leave, but I just can't do this to myself anymore. I'm still trying to gather myself when the bathroom door opens and he walks back into the living room. I look up at him and can't look away. Something is different. He's different. The smile on his face, the peacefulness in his eyes, the way he carries himself like he's floating. It's only been 2 weeks, but he looks so different. He takes a seat on the couch and doesn't even bother putting space between us. He sits right next to me and leans into me. So I close my eyes and wait for whatever words he's about to say that will hurt me again. That's all he knows how to do. "Tate," he whispers. "I miss you." Whoa. I was absolutely not expecting to hear those 3 words, but they just became my new favorite words. I and miss and you. Say it again, Miles. "I miss you, Tate," he says immediately. "So much. And it's not the first time. I've missed you every single day we weren't together since the moment I met you." He wraps his arms around my shoulders and pulls me to him. I go. I fall to his chest and grab hold of his shirt, squeezing my eyes shut when I feel his lips press against the top of my head. "Look at me," he says softly, pulling me onto his lap to face him. I do. I look at him. I actually see him this time. There's no guard up. There's no invisible wall blocking me from learning and exploring everything about him. He's allowing me to see him this time. And he's beautiful. So much more beautiful than before. Whatever changed in him, it was huge. "I want to tell you something," he says. "This is so hard for me to say because you're the first person I've ever wanted to say it to." I'm scared to move. His words are terrifying me, but I nod. "I had a son," he says quietly, looking down at our hands now laced together. Those 3 words are delivered with more pain than any 3 words I've ever heard. I inhale. He looks up at me with tears in his eyes, but I remain quiet for him, even though his words just knocked the breath out of me. "He died 6 years ago." His voice is soft and distant, but it's still his voice. I can tell those words are some of the hardest he's ever had to say. It hurts him so much to admit this. I want to tell him to stop. I want to tell him I don't need to hear it if it hurts. I want to wrap my arms around him and rip the sadness from his soul with my bare hands. But instead, I let him finish. Miles looks back down at our interlocked fingers. I'm not ready to tell you about him yet. I need to do it at my own pace. I nod and squeeze his hands reassuringly. I will tell you about him, though, I promise. I also want to tell you about Rachel. I want you to know everything about my past. I don't even know if he's finished, but I lean forward and press my lips to his. He pulls me against him so tightly and pushes back against my mouth so hard, it's as if he's telling me he's sorry without using words. Tate, he whispers against my mouth. I can feel him smiling. I'm not finished. He lifts me and adjusts me next to him on the couch. His thumb circles my shoulder as he looks down at his lap, forming whatever words he's needing to say to me. I was born and raised in a small suburb just outside of San Francisco, he says, bringing his eyes back up to meet mine. I'm an only child. I don't really have any favorite foods because I like almost everything. I wanted to be a pilot for as long as I can remember. My mother passed away from cancer when I was 17. My father has been married for about a year to a woman who works for him. She's nice, and they're happy together. I've always kind of wanted a dog, but I've never had one. I watch him, mesmerized. I watch his eyes as they roam around my face while he talks, while he tells me all about his childhood and his past, and how he met my brother and his relationship with Ian. His hand finds mine, and he covers it as though he's becoming my shield, my armor. The night I met you, he finally says. The night you found me in the hallway. His eyes dart toward his lap, unable to hold contact with mine. My son would have been 6 that day. I know he said he wants me to listen to him, but right now I just need to hug him. I lean forward and wrap my arms around him, and he lies back on the couch, pulling me on top of him. It took everything I had to try to convince myself that I wasn't falling for you, Tate. Every single time I was around you, the things I would feel terrified me. I had gone 6 years thinking I had control of my life and my heart and that nothing could ever hurt me again. But when we were together, there were moments I didn't care if I ever hurt again because being with you almost felt worth the potential pain. Every time I began to feel that way, I would just push you farther away out of guilt and fear. I felt like I didn't deserve you. I didn't deserve happiness at all, because I'd taken it away from the only 2 people I had ever loved. His arms tighten around me when he feels my shoulders shaking, from the tears making their way out of my eyes. His lips meet the top of my head, and he inhales a steady breath as he kisses me, long and hard. I'm sorry it took me so long, he says with a voice full of remorse. But I'll never be able to thank you enough for not giving up on me. You saw something in me that gave you hope in us, and you didn't give up on that. And Tate, that means more to me than anything anyone's ever done. His hands meet my cheeks, and he lifts me away from his chest so he can see me face to face. It may be a small piece at a time, but my past is yours now. All of it. Anything you want to know, I want to tell you. But only if you promise me I can also have your future. The tears cascade down my cheeks, and he wipes them away, even though I don't need him to. I don't care that I'm crying, because they aren't sad tears. Not in the least. We kiss for so long my mouth starts to hurt as much as my heart. My heart isn't hurting from pain this time, though. It hurts because it's never felt this full. I trace my fingers across the scar on his jaw, knowing he'll eventually tell me how he got it. I also touch the tender area beneath his eye, relieved that I can finally ask him questions without being scared I'll upset him. What happened to your eye? He laughs and lets his head fall back against the couch. I had to ask Corbin for your address. He gave it to me, but it took a lot of convincing. I immediately lean forward and gently kiss his eye. I can't believe he hit you. Not the first time, he admits, but I'm pretty sure it'll be the last. I think he's finally okay with us being together, after I agreed to a few of his rules. This makes me nervous. What rules? Well, for one, I'm not allowed to break your heart, he says. Second, I'm also not allowed to break your damn heart. And last, I'm not allowed to fucking break your damn heart. I can't contain my laughter because that sounds exactly like something Corbin would say to him. Miles laughs with me, and we take each other in for several quiet moments. I can see everything in his eyes now, every single emotion. Miles, I say with a smile, you're looking at me like you fell in love with me. He shakes his head. I didn't fall in love with you, Tate. I flew. He pulls me back to him and gives me the only part of himself that he's never been able to give me until now. His heart.
Chapter 39. Miles. I stand in the doorway of my bedroom and watch her sleep. She doesn't know it, but I do this every morning she's here with me. She's what starts my day off right. The first time I did this was the morning after I met her. I couldn't remember much from the night before. The only thing I remembered was her. I was on the couch and she was stroking my hair, whispering, telling me to go to sleep. When I woke up in Corbin's apartment the next morning, I couldn't get her out of my head. I thought she had been a dream until I saw her purse in the living room. I peeked inside her bedroom just to see if anyone was in the apartment with me. What I felt the moment I laid eyes on her was something I hadn't felt since the moment I first laid eyes on Rachel. I felt like I was floating. Her skin and her hair and her lips and the way she looked like an angel while I stood there and watched her brought back so many feelings that had become foreign to me over the past 6 years. I had gone so long refusing to allow myself to feel anything for anyone. Not that I could have controlled the feelings I was experiencing toward Tate that day. I couldn't control them if I'd wanted to. I know because I tried. I tried like hell. But the second she opened her eyes and looked at me, I knew. She was either going to be the death of me, or she was going to be the one who finally brought me back to life. The only problem I had with that was the fact that I didn't want to be brought back to life. I was comfortable. Protecting myself from the possibility of experiencing what I had experienced in the past was my only priority. However, there were so many moments when I forgot what my only priority was supposed to be. When I finally caved in and kissed her, that was the point at which everything changed. I wanted so much more after experiencing that kiss with her. I wanted her mouth and her body and her mind, and the only reason I stopped was that I felt myself also wanting her heart. I was good at lying to myself, though, convincing myself that I was strong enough to have her physically and no other way. I didn't want to get hurt again, and I sure as hell didn't want to hurt her. I did anyway, though. I hurt her so much, more than once. Now I plan to spend a lifetime making it up to her. I walk to my bed and sit on the edge of it. She feels the bed shift, and she opens her eyes, but not all the way. A hint of a smile plays on her lips before she pulls the covers over her head and rolls over. We officially began dating 6 months ago, and that's been plenty long enough for me to realize she's not at all a morning person. I lean forward and kiss the area of blanket covering up her ear. "Wake up, sleepyhead," I whisper. She groans, so I lift the covers up and slide in behind her, wrapping myself around her. Her groan eventually turns into a soft moan. "Tate, you need to get up. We have a plane to catch." That gets her attention. She rolls over cautiously and pulls the covers from over our heads. "What the hell do you mean we have a plane to catch?" I'm grinning, trying to contain my anticipation. "Get up, get dressed, let's go." She's eyeing me suspiciously, which makes total sense considering it's not even 5 o'clock in the morning yet. "I know you know how rare it is for me to have an entire day off, so this better be worth it." I laugh and give her a quick kiss. "That all depends on our ability to be punctual." I stand up and pat the mattress several times with the palms of my hands. "So get up, get up, get up." She laughs and throws the covers off of her completely. She scoots to the edge of the bed, and I help her stand up. It's hard to stay irritated with you when you're this giddy, Miles. We reach the lobby, and Cap is waiting at the elevator just as I asked him to. He has her juice in a to-go cup and our breakfast. I love the relationship they have. I was a little worried to reveal to Tate that I had known Cap all my life. When I finally told her, she was irritated with both of us, mostly because she assumed Cap was telling me everything she confessed to him. I assured her Cap wouldn't do that. I know he wouldn't because Cap is one of the few people in this world I trust. He knew just the right things to say to me without appearing as though he were lecturing me or giving me advice. He'd always say just enough to make me think long and hard about my situation with Tate. Luckily, he's one of the few people who grow wiser with age. He knew what he was doing with both of us all along. "Morning, Tate," he says to her, grinning from ear to ear. He holds out his arm for her to take, and she looks back and forth between us. "What's going on?" she asks Cap as he begins to walk her toward the lobby exit. He smiles. "The boy's about to take me on my first ever ride in an airplane. I wanted you to come along, too." She tells him she doesn't believe this is his first time in an airplane. "It's true," he says. "Just because I have the moniker doesn't mean I've ever been on a real plane." The look of appreciation she shoots me over her shoulder is enough to declare this day one of my favorites. And it's not even daylight yet. "You okay back there, Cap?" I say into the headset. He's seated right behind Tate, staring out his window. He gives me a thumbs up, but doesn't take his eyes off the window. The sun hasn't even broken through the clouds yet, and there's not very much to see at this point. We've only been in the plane 10 minutes, but I'm pretty sure he's just as fascinated and mesmerized as I hoped he would be. I return my attention to the controls until I reach optimal altitude, and then I mute Cap's headset. I glance at Tate, and she's staring at me, watching me with an appreciative smile spread across her lips. "Want to know why we're here?" I ask her. She glances over her shoulder at Cap and then looks back at me. "Because he's never done this before." I shake my head, timing it just right. "Remember the day we were driving back from your parents' house after Thanksgiving?" She nods, but her eyes are curious now. "You asked what it was like to experience the sunrise from up here. It's not something that can be described, Tate." I point out her window. "You just have to experience it for yourself." She immediately turns and looks out her window. Her palms press against the glass, and for 5 minutes straight she doesn't move a muscle. She watches it the entire time, and I don't know how, but I fall even more in love with her in this moment. When the sun has broken through the clouds and the airplane is completely filled with sunlight, she finally turns back to face me. Her eyes are filled with tears, and she doesn't speak a word. She just reaches for my hand and holds it. "Wait here," I tell her. "I want to help Cap out first. A driver is taking him back to the apartment because you and I are going to breakfast after this." She tells Cap goodbye and waits patiently in the plane as I help him down the steps. He reaches into his pockets and hands me the boxes, then flashes me one of his approving smiles. I shove the boxes into the pocket of my jacket and turn back toward the steps. "Hey, boy!" Cap yells right before climbing into the car. I pause and turn around to face him. He looks at the plane behind me. "Thank you," he says, waving his hand down the length of the plane. "For this." I nod, but he disappears inside the vehicle before I can tell him thank you in return. I climb back up the steps and into the plane. She's unbuckling her safety belt, getting prepared to exit the plane, but I slide back into my seat. She smiles at me warmly. "You're incredible, Miles Mickle-Archer, and I have to say, you look pretty damn hot flying an airplane. We should do this more often." She gives me a quick peck on the mouth and begins to get up out of her seat. I push her back down. "We're not finished," I say, turning and facing her full on. I take her hands in mine and look down at them, inhaling slowly, preparing to say everything she deserves to hear. "That day you asked me about watching the sunrise?" I look in her eyes again. "I need to thank you for that. It was the first moment in more than 6 years I felt like I wanted to love someone again." She blows out a quick breath with her smile and pulls in her bottom lip to try to hide it. I lift a hand to her face and pull her lip out from beneath her teeth with the pressure of my thumb. I told you not to do that. I love your smile almost as much as I love you. I lean forward to kiss her again, but I keep my eyes open so I can make sure that I'm retrieving the black box first. When I have it in my hand, I stop kissing her and pull away. Her eyes fall to the box and immediately grow wide, moving back and forth between the box and my face. Her hand comes up to her mouth, and she covers her gasp. "Miles," she says, continuing to trade glances between me and the box in my hands. I cut her off. "It's not what you think," I say, immediately opening the box to reveal the key. "It's kind of not what you think," I hesitantly add. Her eyes are wide and hopeful, and I'm relieved by her reaction. I can tell by her smile that she wants this. I pull the key out and flip her hand over, then place it in her palm. She stares at the key for several seconds and looks back up at me. "Tate," I say, looking at her with hope, "will you move in with me?" She looks down at the key one more time, then says two words that bring an immediate smile to my face. "Hell and yes." I lean forward and kiss her. Our legs and arms and mouths become two pieces of a puzzle, fitting together effortlessly. She winds up in my lap, straddling me in the cockpit of the airplane. It's cramped and tight. It's perfect. "I'm not a very good cook, though," she warns. "And you do laundry way better than I do. I just throw all the whites and colors together. And you know I'm not very nice in the morning." She's holding my face, spouting off every warning she can, as if I don't know what I'm getting myself into. "Listen, Tate," I tell her. "I want your mess. I want your clothes on my bedroom floor. I want your toothbrush in my bathroom. I want your shoes in my closet. I want your mediocre leftovers in my fridge." She laughs at that. "Oh, and I almost forgot," I say, pulling the other box from my pocket. I hold it up between us and open it, revealing the ring. "I also want you in my future, forever." Her mouth is open in shock, and she's staring at the ring. She's frozen. I hope she doesn't have any doubts, because I have absolutely none when it comes to wanting to spend the rest of my life with her. I know it's only been 6 months, but when you know, you know. Her silence makes me nervous, so I quickly remove the ring and pick up her hand. "Will you break rule number 2 with me, Tate? Because I really want to marry you." She doesn't even have to say yes. Her tears and her kiss and her laugh say it for her. She pulls back and looks at me with so much love and appreciation it makes my chest hurt. She's absolutely beautiful. Her hope is beautiful. The smile on her face is beautiful. The tears streaming down her cheeks are beautiful. Her love is beautiful. She exhales a soft breath and leans in slowly, gently pressing her lips to mine. Her kiss is filled with tenderness and affection and an unspoken promise that she's mine now, forever. "Miles," she whispers against my mouth, teasing my lips with hers. "I've never made love in an airplane before." A smile immediately forms on my lips. It's as if she somehow infiltrated my thoughts. "I've never made love to my fiancé before," I say in response. Her hands slowly slide down my neck and shirt until her fingers meet the button on my jeans. "Well, I think we need to rectify that," she says, ending her sentence with a kiss. When her mouth meets mine again, it's as if every last piece of my armor disintegrates and every last piece of ice surrounding the glacier that was my heart melts and evaporates. Whoever coined the phrase, "I love you to death," obviously never experienced the kind of love Tate and I share. If that were the case, the phrase would be, "I love you to life," because that's exactly what Tate did. She loved me back to life. The end. Epilogue. I think back to the day I married her. It was one of the best days of my life. I remember standing next to Ian and Corbin at the end of the aisle. We were waiting for her to walk through the doors when Corbin leaned over and whispered something to me. He said, "You're the only one who could have ever met my standards for her, Miles. I'm happy it's you." I was happy it was me too. That was more than 2 years ago, and every day since then I've somehow fallen in love with her a little bit more. Or flew, rather. I didn't cry the day I married her, though. Her tears were falling that day, but mine weren't. I was convinced they never would, not in the way I wished they could. It was 8 months ago when we found out we were having a baby. We weren't trying to have a baby, but we also weren't not trying. If it happens, it happens, Tate said. It happened. When we found out, we were both excited. She cried. Her tears were falling, but mine weren't. As excited as I was also scared. I was scared of the fear that comes along with loving someone that much, scared of everything bad that could happen. I was scared that my memories would take away from the day I became a father again. Well, it just happened, and I'm still scared, terrified. It's a girl, the doctor says. A girl? We just had a baby girl. I just became a father again. Tate just became a mother. Feel something, Miles. Tate looks up at me. I know she can see the fear in my eyes. I also know how much pain she's in right now, but she still somehow manages to smile. Sam, she whispers, saying her name out loud for the first time. Tate insisted we name her Sam in honor of Cap's real name, Samuel. I wouldn't have had it any other way. The nurse walks over to Tate and lays Sam in her arms. Tate begins to cry. My eyes are still dry. I'm still too scared to look away from Tate and down at our daughter. I'm not afraid of what I'll feel when I look at her. I'm afraid of what I won't feel. I'm terrified. My past experiences have ruined any ability I have to feel what every father should feel in this moment. Come here, Tate says, wanting me closer. I sit down next to them on the bed. She hands Sam to me, and my hands are shaking, but I take her anyway. I close my eyes and release a slow breath before finding the courage to open them again. I feel Tate's hand fall gently to my arm. She's beautiful, Miles, she whispers. Look at her. I open my eyes and inhale sharply when I see her. She looks just like he did, except that she has Tate's brown hair. Her eyes are blue. She has my eyes. I feel it. It's all there. Everything I felt the first time I held him in my arms is every single thing I'm feeling now as I look down at her. Believing that I lacked the ability to love someone in this capacity again was the only fear I had left to conquer. One look at Sam, and she just helped me conquer that fear. She's already my hero, and she's only 2 minutes old. She's so beautiful, Tate, I whisper. So beautiful. My voice cracks. My face is covered in tears. Falling. For the first time since the moment I held Clayton in my arms, I'm crying tears of joy. Rachel was right. The pain will always be there. So will the fear. But the pain and fear are no longer my life. They're only moments. Moments that are constantly overshadowed with every minute I spend with Tate. And now every minute I spend with Sam. Me and Tate and Sam. My family. I kiss her on the forehead and then I lean over and kiss Tate for giving me something this beautiful again. Tate lays her head on my arm and we both watch her. Our daughter. I love you so much, Sam. I'm looking down at the perfection we created when it hits me. It's all worth it. It's the beautiful moments like these that make up for the ugly love.
Ugly Love was written by Colleen Hoover and read by Grace Grant and Deacon Lee with Elizabeth Louise. Editing and post-production by Like 2,000 Pounds. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Ugly Love is available in print from Atria Books. Also by Colleen Hoover from Simon & Schuster Audio, Finding Cinderella, read by Jason Carpenter, and Losing Hope, read by Kirby Hayborn.